Do you have, okay, record reflected, the defendant is in the courtroom, present with counsel. Have a seat. Dr. Campbell, please come forward. All the way over here, sir. Thank you. Good morning. Right over here with us. Right over here with me. Yeah. Thank you. This is Fabian Vasquez. He'll be taking your oath, sir. Please raise your right hand.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You're going to have a seat right up here. Please go around the court porter. Get as comfortable as you can. Pull up to the mic, and we'll be ready to proceed with this examination. It's a voir dire examination of you before we decide whether you're going to testify in front of the jury or not.
Okay. I don't have to bend down to this thing.
I don't think you do. I hope not. That'd be a lot of bending for you. The court reporter's right there, right below you there, Cindy. So this is a voir dire examination, so under the rules, right? They get to start the examination, or
Sure, if they'd like, yeah.
or if you want to pass that on, whatever you'd like.
It wasn't, I don't believe there was a.
It is not a motion. It's not a Daubert or that type of motion, is it? It's a. Let's see what the rules say on that. But I believe that you guys, in other words, you're the ones that are contesting his. But if you want to do it the other way, it doesn't matter. Whatever y'all decide to do. But 1 second. Let's see. Let's see. Mr. Grizelda and I were bumping our heads with the other name that we have for this type of hearing.
Yeah, I'll go first. I'll go first, Your Honor, if you allow me to go first. I don't think the defense has an issue with it.
Well, the only thing you have so far is what they've given you with regard to what he intends to testify to. So,
No, we really don't. I don't know what he's going to.
yeah, so you're in the dark with regard to what you intend to testify to. So why don't we get to that portion, and then once that portion is, or let's just start it out. However, do you have any objection to letting us know what his qualifications are, what he intends to testify to, and then you can come back with him with whatever it is after we take from him.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. We'll do it that way, Mr.
Sure.
Lee.
Sir, would you please state your name for the record?
My name is Howard Blaine Campbell.
And, Mr. Campbell, are you presently employed?
Yes, I'm a professor at the University of Texas at El Paso.
And,
Let me ask you something, Mr. Campbell. Could you just slide, no, don't bend, just slide right to the edge of that little counter.
Gotcha.
Perfect, thank
Your
you.
Honor.
and how long have you been at the University of Texas at El Paso?
32 years.
And, what is your area as a professor?
I'm a cultural anthropologist. I'm also the chairman of the Department of Sociology and Anthropology at the University of Texas, El Paso. By the way, we call it UTEP, so I'll probably say that.
Yeah, let's do that. UTEP would be good. Anybody objection to that?
No objection.
The minors in it?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
First all African American national champion, NCAA champions, weren't they? Sorry.
But they lost to
1966.
UTSA.
Huh?
I'm kidding. I'm not from UTSA.
The triangle offense, right? Anyway, sorry.
All right.
Judge, may I approach the witness?
Yes, sir.
I'm marking this as Exhibit Defense 12, which I've given to the district attorney a few days ago.
No objections.
And Dr. Campbell, could you tell us what that document is?
This is my curriculum vitae. That is all the work I've done as a professor, as an anthropologist.
And is that a true and accurate copy of your CV?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Judge, at this time, I'd ask that it be admitted into evidence as Defendant's Exhibit 12.
That be a court exhibit, non-jury, non-jury exhibit?
This one would be going to the
Eventually.
jury. So this one, I think we're okay with Defendant's Exhibit 12.
Yes, sir.
It's a report, if he had it, that may not go in, so that's why I wanted to do.
Fine, no objection.
Wait a minute. When, subject to actually he being qualified, then it would go in. Otherwise, you're right, it would not go in. So let's, it'll be called Defendant's, what, 12?
12, yes, sir.
Subject to the expert being allowed to testify in front of the jury. If not, it would be then withdrawn
Thank you.
as a non-jury.
And you said you're a professor of anthropology?
Correct.
And what does anthropology mean, sir?
It's the study of human culture, basically everything that people do, but as part of groups. So it refers to our language, our food practices, our religion, the patterns of our behavior.
Okay. And could you describe your educational background?
Yes, as an undergraduate, I went to the University of Idaho, in my home state of Idaho, and I have a PhD and 2 master's degrees from the University of Wisconsin-Madison.
Okay. And this is page 1 of your curriculum vitae, sir? All right. And then your areas of what are your areas of specialization?
Especially Mexico and Mexican culture, the culture of the U.S.-Mexico border, and drug trafficking. The first half of my career I was focused more on things internal to Mexico. The second half of my career has been focused on the U.S.-Mexico border.
And you said you're the chair of the Department of Sociology and Anthropology at UTEP?
Right, it's an administrative position.
And do you hold any appointments?
Yes, I have an endowed chair.
Thank you.
Sorry. It's the endowed professor of Western Hemispheric Trade Policy Studies. It's a fancy name, but it just means that I'm a specialist on the U.S.-Mexico border. But it's a recognition for doing a lot of research and publications.
And you mentioned publications. I'm showing on the overhead projector it's still page 1 of your CV. Are these some of your publications, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, for instance, just 2 years ago, you published on Downtown Juarez, the underworlds of violence and abuse.
Yes, sir.
Is that right? And then have you published in peer-reviewed journals?
I have, yes.
Okay. And I'm now putting on the overhead projector page 2 of your CV. Do these represent some of your peer-reviewed journals,
Yes, sir.
publications? And what does it mean to be peer-reviewed?
It means other scholars review my work and decide whether it's good enough to be published.
And so have you worked with Border Patrol agents?
Yes, sir.
And what has been your experience with Border Patrol agents?
Well, since I study, over the last 20 years, I've been studying crime, especially drug trafficking. And so, of course, I also study the flip side of that, which is law enforcement. And so I've interviewed many Border Patrol agents and DEA agents and FBI agents. But in addition to my formal research and interviews, I'm married into a local family in El Paso, and my wife has a very large family, and it's a family of Mexican immigrants. Many of her generation, her father was a farm worker, but her generation, many of them became Border Patrol agents, so I know them personally. But growing up living in a border city, as I do, such as, say, Laredo, one spends an awful lot of time interacting with Border Patrol agents, whether it be at schools where my daughters went to school because the parents are Border Patrol agents, or in the supermarket, or at the university, or around town. I would add that UTEP has 1,200 criminal justice majors. So over the last 32 years, I've taught hundreds, if not thousands, of people that went from UTEP and went on into law enforcement, and many of those went into the Border Patrol. So I feel like on a personal level and on a professional level, I've had a great deal of interaction with the Border Patrol.
So you've taught a great number of Border Patrol agents at the university, is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, some of them were existing agents that would come even in uniform to class, but most of them were people that they aspired to be Border Patrol agents, and they became agents.
Okay, so you can speak about the culture of the Border Patrol. Is that a fair inference from your experience and qualifications, sir?
Yes, sir.
And are you here to do an individual or give an individual opinion or assessment of Mr. Burgos-Aviles?
No, I'm not.
And you're not are you a psychologist, sir?
No.
So one of the things I want to make sure before we get started, because this is a 705 hearing, fine, okay. It's basically just a hearing in which normally the ones who are asking for the hearing would go first. And it deals only with the voir dire examination of the expert about the facts and data that are underlying his opinion, okay? It's not a full-fledged, now they could, the Supreme Court has said that after that, they could make even an oral motion to strike the expert, but in any event, the examination takes place only for purposes of determining whether what the facts and underlying data are about his opinion. So that's what 705 says, and of course it potentially doesn't end there depending on what happens throughout the examination. So just so that we know, it basically, and then it has a comment that basically says the opponent's right to voir dire the witness about his expert qualification is left undisturbed. All right, so anyway.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
I still didn't find out what he was going to open.
What his opinion is going to be. I think we should at least start. Now, you don't have to. You can ask him right off the bat when you come up, what is your opinion going to be, and what were you hired to do, what is your opinion going to be? And then once he tells you, then you can go into the underlying facts and data of that opinion. Or you can ask him yourself, and then we can get started from there.
Have you testified before, sir, in court cases?
Yes.
And have you testified before Congress, for instance?
Yes, I testified in front of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee about drug violence in Mexico and on the border.
And did that involve Border Patrol?
It involved law enforcement.
Okay. Now,
Generally.
in regards to this case, what would be your opinions, or what have I asked you to testify about?
About the culture of the U.S.-Mexico border and the role of the Border Patrol in the border culture.
At this time, I pass the witness.
The culture of the Mexican border and what else? And the role of Border Patrol?
Yes, within that culture, within that society.
Okay. One of the things that they tell us in the rules is that normally, they said one of the drawbacks in a criminal case of as opposed to a civil case, you have an expert come in and give an opinion, is that you could be asking him his opinions, and then at some point during your examination, examination could be stopped, jury could be, put out, or walked out, and then we could, the voir dire examination could take place at that point. And then, of course, the underlying facts and data of the opinion could come in then, the court will then determine whether or not it's connected, and make a decision then. Or at that point, then the state could move to strike the particular expert orally, because the Supreme Court said they could do it at that point, and then he would testify. The drawback from that would be that, of course, the jury would have already heard some of his opinions, if not all. So, in any event, we're doing it now to prevent that from occurring, or prevent that little bit that may have been told to the jury about his opinions and whatnot. So right now, the only thing I got is a general opinion with regard to, so he's not going to give any opinion specifically about Mr. Burgos.
That is true, Your Honor.
Okay.
All I'd also say is that, of course, the court knows that our mitigation case is allowed to be very broad, and that
It is.
anything that the jury may find mitigating is up to them individually. And of course, Mr. Burgos-Aviles' service as a Border Patrol agent is an important part of his life story.
Yes.
I'd also say, Judge, that, and I
So-
apologize, did I?
No, go ahead, sir.
Is that, of course, the state has made issues of certain Mr. Burgos-Aviles' service as a Border Patrol agent. I believe Mr. Alanis opened on the threat behind the badge and spoke about his training as a Border Patrol agent and about how he knew, and it's been a continuous part of their case. So in order to address and rebut the state's aggravating factors, which they've introduced to this jury, things like foul language, things like infidelity, things like
So, I get that. So you're going to, again, the expert that you have here is someone who is extremely knowledgeable in the, what he just said was the culture of Border Patrol in that area, in border cities and border towns. El Paso, although bigger than Laredo, is a border city with Mexico and has a large Border Patrol population.
Yes, sir.
And in general, he's going to give opinions with regard to that effect and that culture.
yes, sir.
And your argument to the court is that should be allowed in because it's mitigating for in this particular case.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, sir. Mr. Alanis, go ahead.
All right, thank you. No, that's fine. I would just like to respond briefly to Mr. Boggs' statement. One of our main theories has been and always will be that Mr. Burgos was on duty when he committed this offense, and that's the extent of being behind the badge, that he was on the clock when he committed this, not that it as broad as states, but I just put that out there for the court.
Sure. Thank you, sir.
And welcome, Dr. Campbell.
Yes, sir.
And like the judge said, we're just trying to determine what you're going to testify for in this case, or what your main purpose is here. Have you ever taught at the Border Patrol Academy in Artesia, New Mexico?
No, sir.
And have you been able to study the manual of and the sources from the Border Patrol Academy
No, sir.
for this hearing?
No.
So you're not familiar with the policies, procedures, and other rules? If I can.
Go ahead, sir. I'm writing my notes down. Tell me your first name again.
Howard.
Howard. Thank you, sir.
gonna show you State's Exhibit. Make that number clean. Yeah, it's 515.8 and 515.9. So I'm gonna show you State's Exhibit 515.8 and 515.9. Just ask you to look through that document. Can you read what it says here on the top of,
Yes, it says Lesson 3, Applied Authorities, Part 1.
I'm gonna hand you 515.9.
And this is Lesson 2, Applied Authorities, Part 2.
Okay. Are you familiar with these training manuals from Border Patrol?
No, sir.
Okay. Are you familiar with the promotion process and grading levels of the Border Patrol?
To the extent that it's been studied extensively by a sociologist named Robert Lee Merrill, who described the process of how Border Patrol agents were promoted and became supervisors.
And are you familiar with that?
From his work, I have not personally studied that aspect of it.
Oh, okay. So, but that would be through another person's information.
Right, a leading scholar of the border.
Okay. You testified right now to the court that your opinions that you have been able to rely on, or your findings or conclusions, are based on having family members in the Border Patrol, correct, or relatives? Relatives?
Yes, but also hundreds, if not thousands, of students that either were Border Patrol agents or became Border Patrol agents, and I've interviewed many Border Patrol agents for my published books and articles.
I understand, but I'm gonna go one question at a
Okay.
time through this whole
Yes, sir.
process. Which, like you said, it does include, it does include the many hundreds of students that you've taught, many of which have gone through Border Patrol Academy and become Border Patrol agents, right?
Yes, sir.
You know how many Border Patrol agents are in El Paso?
I really don't. I know it's thousands, but I don't know the exact number.
Do you know how many Border Patrol agents are employed in the United States of America?
It's tens of thousands, but I do not know the exact number.
So a little over 20,000 agents in the United States Border Patrol. Did you know that?
Yes.
Okay. I'm also going to show you what's been marked. State's Exhibit 43. This is the, if you can just read into the record what that is.
Yes, it says United States Border Patrol Supervisory Technical Training Course.
Okay. Are you familiar with the contents of this manual?
No, sir.
Do you have personal knowledge of the events before this court from which you based your opinion on?
You're
From the
talking
events in
about-
this case?
Yes, I've read documents about this case.
Okay. You're familiar that Mr. Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles was a supervisor of the United States Border Patrol,
Yes, sir.
and that he was on duty at the time?
Judge, I believe we're beyond the qualifications of,
Well, he, I mean,
I'm trying to just.
other than determining, then asking him broadly, what is the factual basis and data of your opinion, I think Mr. Alanis is taking the route of asking him specific facts and whether he knows about them and whether he took them into account for purposes of his opinion. I think he's allowed to do that. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. So my question is, you were not present on April the 9th of 2018 when these crimes occurred,
No,
correct?
sir.
And as a matter of fact, the opinion that you have is based on the observation of others, documents of others, sources of others, correct?
as well as my own.
As your own, like, what, for example?
Interviews with Border Patrol agents, living in a border community for half my life and living among Border Patrol agents, interacting with them socially in the classroom, in formal professional interviews, in conferences, etc.
But isn't it true, though, that your studies in interviewing these agents would be focused on the, I think you mentioned, and I haven't had the benefit of knowing what you were going to testify here today, but I take it that your background is on around the area that you mentioned about drug trafficking.
Correct.
Can you tell us more about that?
Yes. Ciudad Juarez, as probably many of you know, is one of the centers of drug trafficking in the world and one of the centers of drug violence. And I had worked the first half of my career in Mexico and was very fascinated with everything to do with Mexico. But living in El Paso and seeing this tremendous, basically, holocaust of violence related to the drug issue, I decided I needed to focus on that. And so I began to talk to everybody I possibly could and go to Ciudad Juarez and meet with people and learn about the drug business. And so I learned and interviewed a lot of drug traffickers and drug dealers and so on, and people that were affected by the drug violence. And I also talked to law enforcement agencies of all types to try to understand their perspectives on this. And so this became the focus of my research. But then I also broadened it out to many aspects of border society, including farming and including food and many other things, to try to understand how people live on the U.S.-Mexico border. And so law enforcement, of course, plays a very big role in that, and the Border Patrol specifically.
I got you. And I certainly appreciate all the work that you've done, because it is helpful I'm sure that information can be relied upon by law enforcement agencies to better do a better job. But you'd agree with me in this case that this case is unrelated to anything having to do with drug trafficking. This case.
This particular case, I would say in terms of the direct facts of the case, no, but I think that drug trafficking and the fight against undocumented immigration is the purpose of the Border Patrol. And so,
and I wholeheartedly
right.
agree. Their mission is to protect the border, illegal drug trafficking, illegal entry, to stop terrorists, all of those mission statements, correct? But more specifically, I need you to answer that in this particular case, and you said you've already studied some of the documents and you're familiar with Mr. Burgos' being found guilty of the double homicide of a girlfriend of his and his own son, that there was no elements of drug trafficking in this case. Yes or no? That's all I'm asking.
well, I think the answer is a little more complicated.
And I understand, but my question to you right now is that, is my statement correct that this case did not have any elements of drug trafficking? This is a double homicide of his girlfriend and his own son.
I guess the way I would answer this is that an individual is part of a group, part of a family, part of a community, part of a workforce. And so their life is affected by all of those things. As I said, the Border Patrol, one of its primary missions is fighting drug trafficking. So the Border Patrol is very much focused on that effort, and that influences the lives and the work of Border Patrol agents. And what I'm saying is that an individual is part of the group, so the defendant here is part of the Border Patrol, and so drug trafficking and undocumented immigration are always part of the life he lived when he was in the force.
And I agree with you, but I also, and what we're trying to see is really if your opinion is relevant to this case, because obviously the information within your field is widely accepted, but it just may not be for this particular case. I mean, do you have any information that Grizelda Hernandez was engaged in drug trafficking at the time she was?
I think the witness has answered this.
That's been asked and answered, but I think what the focus of the voir dire should be on the data. First of all, his opinion. His opinion was, I think, has been expressed that it's going to be the effects I believe, that the culture of the Border Patrol and the Mexico-U.S. border and its work as affects somebody in a role similar to the defendant, and so especially in the supervisor capacity, and that can be used for mitigation purposes. We're not in the guilt and innocent phase of the case. We are in the second phase, and I think that's where does his facts and data come with regard to that opinion?
Okay.
Because I think that's been expressed.
I'll ask him about his sources. But your sources in this case, as you testify, come from interviewing people. Is that correct?
Well, I interviewed one Border Patrol agent, and I interviewed Mr. Burgos, and I was supplied with a lot of documentation from his attorneys about the case.
And when did you interview Mr. Burgos?
It was several months ago.
Okay, so you interviewed one Border Patrol agent.
Right.
You interviewed Mr. Burgos.
Yes.
And you said that you also have relatives or family members or former students who are in the Border Patrol. Is that correct?
That's part of what I said.
Correct. And that you have relied on them in all of these that you've described collectively in reaching your opinion.
Right, but I think you're minimizing what I have done and what I said. I said I'm trying to understand the role of an individual within the Border Patrol in relation to the Border Patrol itself and the border community and the border culture. And so I've relied on vast numbers of sources of 20 years of observations and interviews and research. And I know all the leading scholars, and I've met with many high-ranking officials in law enforcement. So it's a broad base of knowledge. It's not just a narrow sample.
And do some of your sources include empirical? Have you done empirical testing on this subject matter?
I should explain that anthropology is part of the National Science Foundation, but our methodology is not a laboratory methodology. What we do is we observe people, we talk to people, we interact with people, and we collect all of those bits of data, and that is the source of our information. It's quite different from psychology or the natural sciences involving laboratories and clinical experiments or testing. We don't usually do testing as such.
So it's more a historical type of information?
And contemporary. It's about interaction, what we call participant observation, interviewing people, spending time with them, observing them over the long term.
And these of course, you say in interviewing and talking to people.
Yes, sir.
And how is that verifiable?
I take notes. Sometimes I record the interviews. It depends on the circumstances. But this is done in a very systematic fashion. It's called ethnography. There are hundreds of books written about this. It's a standard methodology of anthropology and sociology.
So this would be described as a soft science?
It's part of the National Science Foundation. It's a science.
But is it a soft science?
I'm not sure what you mean by that. I mean,
well, I'm meaning that, like you said, there's no, it's not in a laboratory. There's no measurable or quantifying.
but that does not make it any less valuable. It's a different methodology.
And I'm not saying that it's not valuable, and I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm just trying to establish that the information that you're relying on is through outside sources, correct?
No, sir. It's through interviews, through observation, through collecting all manner of information relative to human beings and their place within groups.
Yeah, but those sources are outside sources. That you interview, people you talk to are outside sources.
Judge, I believe we're into just argumentative questions.
I'm
Not there yet, but
I'm not trying to argue. I'm just asking that these sources, they're outside. Do you rely on information given to you by other persons in the field?
Well, for example, I wrote 2 books about Ciudad Juarez. I spent 20 years, well, actually 30 years going to Juarez and talking to people of all stripes and spending hours and hours and days there. This is deep immersion. It's not something superficial.
And I'm not saying it's superficial. I'm just trying to make the point that when you, for purposes of documenting and interviewing, you're recording either by writing or through tape recorder.
Judge, this is clearly argument.
No,
This
it's
is
not.
a
I'm
question.
trying to establish
Just
a
the
source.
I'm not,
attorney's
I'm,
opinion.
I'm trying to, in other words, you're trying to actually see documents. It's not DNA testing, basically. It's not that, but we're not talking about DNA. I guess he's talking about, and I guess when you say outside sources, that's what you're saying. In other words, you didn't discover it yourself type of thing. You talked to Border Patrol, that's an outside source. You talked to somebody from Mexico, it's an outside source. I guess it's you talk to a third party type of thing, right?
That's
I
all
guess-
I'm trying,
Yeah,
that's all.
and
I'm
it
trying-
doesn't make it, the court will take all that into account, that's the data that he has, and the question for the court then would become at the end, whether the court would find that the expert has sufficient factual basis for his particular opinion. That's basically it.
So in gathering your data, what sort of principles do you rely on that make it reliable?
Well, we have a professional obligation and ethics to report the facts, to report things objectively and truly, and to not distort information, to not lie, to not change the information.
So, but you're reaching conclusions about historical facts, is that right?
Contemporary and historical circumstances.
And the reason you believe your studies in the bicultural and border and interior Mexico and drug trafficking is relevant to this case, how?
Well, I've studied more than drug trafficking, but my point about it was that through the course of studying drug trafficking, I also studied the other side of the equation, which is law enforcement. And on the border, you have a very heated situation of conflict between U.S. law enforcement, Border Patrol, DEA, et cetera, and criminal organizations in Mexico and immigrant smuggling organizations. And the nature of the work in the Border Patrol is in this context of conflict, of people that are trying to break the law, people that are trying to enforce the law. This creates and informs the culture of the Border Patrol, which is the context of the individual agents.
Okay, are you aware, if you studied this case, that Grizelda Hernandez was not breaking the law that day? Are you aware of that?
I mean, I don't know the whole circumstances, but I presume that she was not breaking the law.
Do you know that she was pushing her stroller on a trail?
Again, Judge, I object. We're way beyond the scope.
Sustained.
Okay. Do you know that this was not a drug smuggling case?
Yes, sir.
And you also know this was not a human smuggling case?
Yes, sir.
And you know that Mr. Burgos was not intercepting any criminal activity on the border at the time of this
Judge, I
crime?
think we're just repeating.
No?
Just ask an answer.
Okay. Just a few more questions. Let me see.
If I may interrupt you with a question for the expert, Ms. Hernandez, and then if you'd like to ask questions on that. Want to make sure that we get what your opinion is going to be with regard to this case. Specifically, your opinion about not, you're not here to testify on Border Patrol in general, but even though that has an effect, your opinion about specifically your opinion with regard to how Mr. Burgos fits that particular category.
My understanding, my role in the case is to explain the culture of the border, the culture of the Border Patrol, and how that affects individuals such as Mr. Burgos.
Okay, so culture of the border and the culture of the Border Patrol and what they do, and how that affect Mr. Burgos' life in general.
Yes, in his work life.
But,
All
okay.
right, hold on a second. I'm
Yes.
sorry. Okay. And if you can think about it in the context of mitigation, Mr. Hernandez.
Yes, sir. So then, I'm basically trying to establish that all of your years as a PhD and your studies of the Mexico culture are greatly relied on gathering data provided to you by other persons. Is
Well,
that-
that's half of it. The other half is direct observation.
And can you explain that methodology in order that you make your conclusions?
Yes, I mentioned it before. It's called ethnography, and we also
It's called
describe
what,
it.
Doctor? I'm sorry.
Ethnography.
Ethnography, okay.
ETHNOGRAPHY. And it involves participant observation. I live in a border community. I interact with a very large number of people, and I'm always aware of how they talk, how they behave. I'm constantly asking them questions. It annoys my wife all the time because I'm interviewing people at the Whataburger, but that's the way I function. And in the course of that, you learn a lot about people. It's, as I say, anthropology is part of the National Science Foundation. It's a very respected discipline. It's worldwide. My department is, in fact, the original home of the field of border studies, which is now a global academic field. It's a very important social science field, and it took the U.S.-Mexico border as its paradigmatic case. And our department founded that field. We just got a PhD approved by the University of Texas system, and our primary emphasis is the border. And so we are in the border, we're on the border, we live the border. That's how we do research in anthropology.
And I completely understand that, and I do see the importance of your studies, but by your own admission, more than half of the information here is relied on by your interview and documenting of what people tell you. When you interview them, you talk to them at Whataburger, you talk to them at the marketplace, you talk to them when you get a haircut, correct?
Yes, sir, and we consider that a positive thing.
Okay, but those are, in the court of law, those are known as hearsay statements. Do you understand what that means? They're-
Mr. Hernandez, and experts are allowed to rely on hearsay. Remember that. So let's try and shorten the hearing up with new information or new question with regard to that.
And you did testify that you did interview Mr. Burgos. How did you use that information?
Well, I wrote up my notes from the interview to understand him more and put it in the context of the data and documents I was given about the case. But I was not asked primarily to study Mr. Burgos or write a report about Mr. Burgos. My role, as I was told, was to talk about the culture of the border and the culture of the Border Patrol and how it would affect an individual such as Mr. Burgos. But given that I was in Laredo, then yes, I took the opportunity to interview him to understand the case better.
So in studying Mr. Burgos, were you able to determine that he had a stellar record, that he had a good record with the Border Patrol?
My understanding is he had a good record with the Border Patrol, yes.
Correct. So how do your studies in Mr. Burgos' performance as a Border Patrolman, how do they, what's the connection between your studies and Mr. Burgos?
Well, as I say, my primary role is not studying Mr. Burgos. It's to understand the case and especially add context and information about the border setting, the Border Patrol, the life we live here, and how that affects an individual such as Mr. Burgos.
But you're not a psychologist.
No, sir. But as I said, anthropology studies groups, and we're all part of groups, whether it be ethnic groups, family groups, community groups, countries, nationalities.
So-
and these influence our behaviors, our mindset, how we live.
So how does the culture affect Mr. Burgos? What's your opinion on that?
Well, I believe if I'm asked to testify, allowed to testify rather, that I will talk about how the culture of the Border Patrol influences individuals, and they become part of a group Border Patrol culture, and they behave in certain ways.
Well, okay, but Border Patrol are law enforcement officers that enforce the law.
Correct.
They're not a culture that promotes breaking the law.
No, but in any culture, you have people that break the law. And especially on the border, given the temptations of corruption and all the conflict and violence involved in enforcing the law, there will be infractions, there will be mistakes. I think that's expectable, predictable.
And I would understand if this was a bribery case, you know, because you encounter people in the brush or trying to we see these, you've seen them too, cases of agents letting loads
I'm sorry,
go
the
by.
district attorney is just giving opinions.
No, I'm not.
If we could,
Well,
this is a.
I'm assuming that he's going towards a question, so I'm gonna give him a little leeway. Go ahead.
So in our line of work, and you've seen it before too, and I appreciate what you say, that drug trafficking culture spilling over or its tentacles coming into affecting agents in them doing their duties, correct?
Correct.
Sometimes people become corrupted, correct? For money,
Yes.
Yes, sir.
okay, and in that aspect, when there's that temptation, and we've seen it in El Paso, and we're in Laredo, Texas, so we have similar cultures, correct?
Absolutely.
And those studies that you have, that immersion of agents working, trying to intercept, capture, infiltrate, sometimes results in agents committing crimes,
Yes, sir.
correct? Okay, but none of that was present in this case.
No, but what I'm saying is that drug trafficking and the fight against undocumented immigrants creates a culture within the Border Patrol in which Border Patrol agents have to be on alert all the time, that they're apprehensive, they're tense, it's a very difficult job, and it shapes their lives in many profound ways. And so even if one particular instance isn't involving drug trafficking, that's sort of the context, the backdrop of the work of the Border Patrol.
Okay. I don't have any
Thank
further
you.
questions.
Any questions?
So within anthropology and sociology, there is quantitative methodology, is that correct?
Yes,
And there's also qualitative methodology, is that correct?
that's correct.
And is one preferred over the other?
Well, in the field of anthropology, the majority of anthropologists are qualitative, and it tends to be favored over quantitative.
And the qualitative data, that's relied upon by anthropologists throughout the field, is that correct?
Yes, and it's what I was just describing, the ethnography and the collection of data in the way I have.
And that was, and I think you answered this question, that was the description that you gave to the district attorney when he discussed you irritating your wife by interviewing everyone. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If I could have just had 1 moment. Thank you for your patience, Professor.
All right.
Pass the witness.
Any questions?
Okay, thank you, sir. You may step down.
Okay.
We'll let you know here in a minute whether you're going to stick around or not.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Careful on your way down. You, again, this is a 705B hearing. They're very common in when there are experts in the area. Normally, I see them more when the defense actually asks for them as opposed to when the state does. But in this case, because there's ample experts in the punishment phase of this case, I know we're going to see them here. And we are limited. As opposed to a Daubert or Kelly Robinson hearing, we are the focus is not like the focus would be on a Daubert, Kelly or Robinson type of hearing. The focus is not the reliability and even the relevance of an expert scientific theory and methodology with the way it would be in that particular examination. This focus is merely on the specific factual type of data that supports the expert's conclusion, and that's if the court finds that in fact it does, in the context of its opinion, then it must allow especially in this type of case, in a mitigation type of case, it must, in a capital case, it must allow him to testify. So that is where I'm coming from when I make this particular decision. I really don't need any closing to that effect, guys. I've heard what I've heard, and in this type of case, in this mitigation type of realm, I'm going to allow him to testify as the expert in the particular, for the particular opinions that he's going to give, that he's listed here that he would give, and not go outside of that, basically. In other words, whatever he told us here today with regard to what that is, as long as he stays within those lanes, we'll be perfectly fine with this testimony. All right. So we're going to call him as a witness. We're going to get the jury in, and then call him right back.
Your Honor, but just to be clear, and he did testify that he wasn't here to testify about Mr. Burgos.
Well, he was here to testify about Mr. Burgos. I understand. Mr. Burgos, not Mr. Burgos the individual, but Mr. Burgos the person who is part of a group, Border Patrol agents that work the border.
I would just want the court to instruct that we're clear on those parameters, that I'm understanding, just so that we're all on the same page, that he's going to talk about the world that is comprised of Border Patrol, what they deal with, the outside
The
force.
culture of the Border Patrol, it says the culture of the border and the culture of the Border Patrol, and the work, what does it say? And his work, I've made a note here and I can't even read my own notes.
And that Burgos works in that world.
The work effect, or his work something or other.
And that Mr. Burgos that's the world that Burgos works
And he is a
in.
part of that.
He's
And
part
as a
of
result of
world.
that, as a result of that, he adopts that culture, he adopts that particular work environment, work ethic, work whatever it is that may be. I heard him say that.
And for the record, I intend to ask the exact questions that I asked during the voir dire, which is, you are not here to present an individual opinion about Mr. Burgos-Aviles, and I expect the answer to be consistent. No, he is not. Now, if the district attorney
Right.
opens that door and goes into that, I can't control that.
Right. Okay.
No, I'm not just
Thank you, sir.
making sure
Well,
he
this is
doesn't go
a
there.
you did that for purposes of hearing, but that's a different reason.
that
Yeah,
was it.
absolutely. All right. So let's get ready to get the jury in. It is 10:15. We're 15 minutes late on them. I think we're okay. So they're not going to have a break this morning. So if y'all need to get a break right now, because I'm sure by the time we're done, we'll get ready to come in. They'll take about 5 minutes to do that. So if you need to take a break right now, facility break, go ahead and do it now, because we're not going to break until we break for lunch. I think. Having said that, I say that with extreme caution. So thank you. The what? Oh yeah. Miss Jackman, do you remember we talked yesterday about?
And she's here, Your Honor.
Where's Mr. Boggs?
No, I was talking about the Exhibit 12, that you just said we were going to wait.
Yes, Exhibit 12 is now coming in, because it was subject to him being able to testify. coming in. Let's get Dr. Campbell, please.
And also.
Good morning. Thank you. Please have a seat. Mr. Boggs, did you want to make an announcement with regard to Ms. Arquez?
Judge, we would like to reserve our cross-examination, and if necessary, we will call her during the defense case.
So basically, you're not, yeah, if necessary, you'll call her during your case if you want to examine her.
Yes, sir.
All right, very well. Based on that, your next witness would be after Ms. Arquez. I'm going to release you for now, but you're not excused from
The rule.
this meeting. So we will stay in contact with you as soon as somebody else wants to call you up, if at all.
Okay.
Thank
Thank you.
You're excused for now. Mr. Alanis, your next witness, if any.
Your Honor, the state will rest at this time.
Thank you, sir. So, Mr. Peña and Mr. Boggs, the state has rested. Do you have any announcements?
Judge, we would call on Dr. Howard Campbell to the stand.
Dr. Campbell. I think we already got it. Good morning, Dr. Campbell. I know that you've already been sworn in. Please have a seat right over here at the witness chair, and we'll get started, sir. We do have a bottle of water here just in case you need. Oh, thank you. Mr. Boggs, will you be doing the examination?
I will, sir.
You may proceed when ready.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Howard Blaine Campbell.
And are you currently employed, sir?
Yes, I'm a professor of anthropology at the University of Texas at El Paso.
And is that commonly known as UTEP?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how long have you been at UTEP?
For 32 years.
Okay. And you said you're a professor of...
Slide that mic.
Sorry.
You said you're a professor of anthropology, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And does that mean that you have a PhD?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so is Dr. Campbell appropriate for you?
Sure. Yes, sir.
Could you tell everyone what anthropology means?
Anthropology is the study of human culture. It's how we live. It's the language we speak, the food we eat, the religions we practice, everything to do with being human. That's what anthropology is.
And, sir, if you could, I don't want you to, you're quite tall, but if you could not bend over, but just make sure that you speak loudly so that that
okay.
microphone projects.
Yes, sir.
Is it on? It's on. And Judge, may I approach?
You may.
So I'm approaching with his been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 12. And do you recognize? Take a moment, look through the pages, and tell me if you recognize that document.
Yes, I do.
Okay. And what is that document?
It's my curriculum vitae, which is a summary of all of my research and my career, my professional career as an anthropologist.
Okay. And is that a true and accurate representation of your curriculum vitae?
Yes, it is.
Okay. At this time, I ask that Defense Exhibit 12 be admitted into evidence.
No objections.
Admitted.
Sorry, I have a clock drop in my mouth. So, sir, I'd like to go a little bit over come to this side. Your educational background. Could you tell us a little bit about it?
Yes, I have a BA in anthropology from the University of Idaho, which is my home state. And then I have a PhD and 2 master's degrees from the University of Wisconsin-Madison.
And then after you received your PhD from the University of Wisconsin-Madison, where did you come?
I came to El Paso to UTEP, where I became a professor.
Okay. And have you been a professor at University of Texas, El Paso since that time?
Yes.
Okay. And do you hold any current titles at the University of Texas, El Paso?
Yes, I'm the chairman of the Department of Sociology and Anthropology, and I also have a thing called an endowed chair. It's a recognition and honor for my research and publications.
Okay. And I want to get to your publications in a moment, but have you testified before in court?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And how many times?
More than 100 times, I think.
And have you testified before Congress, for instance?
Yes, I testified in front of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee about drug violence in Mexico.
And can we talk a little bit about your, now let's talk a little bit about your publications. I'm showing on the overhead projector page 1 of Defendant's 7. This is a 2021 book, Downtown Juarez, Underworlds of Violence and Abuse, by the University of Texas Press. That is your book, is that right,
Yes.
sir? Okay. And in addition to books you published, have you published peer-reviewed articles?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And I'm showing page 2 of Defense Exhibit 7. I don't want us to have to go through all of these, but so for instance, so the 4th one listed here on narco, and could you pronounce that for me? I'll mess it up.
Narcocoyotaje.
Okay. Illicit regimes and their impacts on the U.S.-Mexican border, and that's from 2016, it appears. And is that a peer-reviewed journal?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what does it mean to be peer-reviewed? I don't believe I asked you.
It means other professors, other scholars review my work and decide on whether it's good enough to be published.
Okay. So it's not like they just saw your name and decided to publish it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And within anthropology, what would you say your areas of specialization are?
My areas of specialization are Mexico, the U.S.-Mexico border, and drug trafficking.
Okay. And as a part of drug trafficking, what does that include?
I do extensive interviews and observations in Mexico and in the United States of the issue of drug trafficking. I also interview and observe law enforcement officials that are fighting drug trafficking. I've been doing this for about 20 years.
Okay. And when you say law enforcement involved in drug trafficking, does that include
The
border-
fight against drug trafficking, sorry.
Thank you for that correction. Does that include the Border Patrol agency?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you came here from El Paso,
Yes, sir.
and you lived and taught in El Paso for close to 27 years, is that correct?
About 32 years, essentially half my life.
And you've lived in Mexico, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you study and teach on the border.
Yes, sir.
Now, you know that you're speaking to a Laredo-Webb County jury who live on the border. What can you tell them about the Border Patrol and the border?
I think the Border Patrol is affected strongly by the issue of drug trafficking and undocumented immigration. So the Border Patrol is kind of in a vice. It's on the border in between Mexico and the U.S., and the Border Patrol is tasked with an almost impossible job, which is stopping the flow of tons of drugs into the United States by drug cartels in Mexico. So we have a war on drugs, and the Border Patrol and the DEA and other U.S. law enforcement agencies are fighting this war, but it's extremely hard to accomplish because the border is 2,000 miles long, and the drug cartels are heavily armed and well organized, and they have thousands of people working for them. And now also you have undocumented immigration, often controlled by criminal organizations in Mexico, equally well organized and well armed and effective. And so most of the drugs and most of the undocumented immigrants get into the country and illegally. And so the Border Patrol is facing this almost impossible task of creating law and order and security in a very chaotic situation. So I guess what I'm trying to emphasize here is that the Border Patrol is a very hard, dangerous, and stressful job, and it's fighting against high odds.
Now, you said you're an anthropologist, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that is, as I believe you said, the study of groups. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you're not a psychologist,
No, sir.
okay? And you're not here to give us an individual analysis of Mr. Burgos-Aviles. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, I have to ask you, you're an academic. Are you an egghead critic of the Border Patrol?
No, I'm not. Because I study criminal activity, I'm very concerned about law and order and security. And in fact, my wife has many relatives who are Border Patrol agents. I have great sympathy for the struggle of the Border Patrol and the DEA and other U.S. law enforcement agencies that are fighting, as I say, to control this very chaotic and dangerous border. And so even though I study these matters, I have sympathy for law enforcement. I don't have sympathy for criminal organizations in Mexico, however.
So, and you are aware that Mr. Burgos-Aviles is a former Border Patrol agent, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at the time of these murders, that he was actually a supervisor in the Border Patrol. Are you aware of that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Now, could you tell us what life is like for a Border Patrol agent?
As I said, I think it's hard, it's dangerous, it's stressful, because the nature of the work is it's rough. It's out there along rivers, it's up on mountains, it's along a desert in brush, confronting enemies you can't even see, or people running at you here and there. They may be armed with guns, with knives. It's a hard job, it's a dangerous job, it's a stressful job, and people's shifts change. They work all night, they work during the day, they work in the heat, they work in bad weather. So I would say that even though it's a reasonably well-paid job in a border setting, it's extremely difficult work and very, very stressful.
Now, you said you study groups.
Yes.
would you consider Border Patrol agents are a group?
Yes, sir.
Now, is there a culture of Border Patrol agents?
Yes.
And could you tell us about that culture of Border Patrol agents?
Yes, I would emphasize it's a very masculine culture. About 95% of the agents are male, only 5% female. And there was a recent report by a very good journalist called Erica McIntyre.
Can I object? I'm gonna object to hearsay.
Sorry.
I'm objecting to hearsay.
He's an expert, Judge. He's offering his opinion. He's allowed to. is what I'm saying.
If you can predicate it with whether or not those are the type of articles or whatnot that he used to be able to form the basis of his opinions.
So, when you are studying the border and Border Patrol, do you look at articles and interviews and base your opinions on that data that you collect?
Yes, I do, and I conduct interviews.
Okay. And the opinion that you were giving about the culture of Border Patrol agents, is that a data source that you use to form your opinion?
Yes, sir.
If you could tell us, please, about the culture of Border Patrol agents.
What I was saying was that it's a very masculine organization because most of the Border Patrol agents are men, about 95%. Only about 5% are women, and recent reporting has discovered that there's a great deal of sexual harassment and abuse of female members of the Border Patrol, including in the very first class of recruits, one of the women was raped. And so I'm not saying that all Border Patrol agents are, masculine, hyper-masculine, macho, bad men, but what I am saying is that the Border Patrol is dominated by men, and so a male culture prevails within the agency.
So, for instance, is something like testosterone, is that a common used medication for Border Patrol agents?
I'm going to object to the speculation of this. He hasn't established any predicate as far as, and this is way outside his expertise as far as testosterone.
All right, I'm going to wait to see if you predicate that information with information that you received to form the basis of your opinion.
How much contact have you had with Border Patrol agents in your decades of studying the U.S.-Mexican border and law enforcement?
Very extensive. My university has 1,200 criminal justice majors. A very large portion of these criminal justice majors intend to and go on to become members of the Border Patrol. And so I've had hundreds of students that were either Border Patrol agents in uniform or they were future Border Patrol agents, and I've known these people after the time they were my students. And then in addition to that, through my wife's extensive family, which includes many Border Patrol agents, I've socialized with Border Patrol agents very often. Also, I raised 2 children in El Paso. They went to school. Many of the kids' parents were in the Border Patrol. I see Border Patrol agents in the supermarket. I see them all around town. As people in Laredo know, the Border Patrol is everywhere in a border town. And so through the course of that and through interviewing Border Patrol agents for my books and my articles, I've learned a lot about the culture of the Border Patrol.
And in those interactions, in those interviews, those are things that you've relied on to give your opinion today. Is that what I'm hearing correctly, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so do you have an opinion about use of a medication like testosterone among Border Patrol agents?
Yes, I would argue that the culture of the Border Patrol, as I said, is very masculine. So you're talking about beer drinking, barbecues, football, big trucks, talking about women, bragging about sexual conquests and infidelities, bodybuilding, going to the gym, using steroids and testosterones to look buff. Because, as I say, the Border Patrol is a very masculine culture. There's a lot of competition among men. There's male bonding, but there's also this desire to be the alpha male and stand out through weightlifting, through training, through being physically fit, having maybe tattoos, looking powerful in the uniform, and steroids and testosterone play into that.
And those things that you described, is that common in law enforcement generally?
Yes. I mean, I think the nature of law enforcement is that it tends to be masculine. It tends to be favor tough behaviors and both male bonding and male competition.
Okay. Now, you said masculine. A word I've heard is machismo. Is that something that you would use to describe law enforcement culture, including the Border Patrol?
Yes, I would.
And what does machismo mean?
Machismo is a complex rooted in the Spanish heritage and the Latin heritage of many of the people of Latin America and the United States that are of Mexican descent or, say, Colombian or what have you. And it's a kind of cultural complex in which a man has to be tough, dominant within his family, dominant over women, dominant over children, fighting back against any conflict, defending the family, defending his physical integrity. It's a well-known concept that's very common in Latino cultures, but of course also in white cultures, European cultures, but it goes by other words, other names.
So you're not saying just because someone is Latino or Latina that somehow this means they are definitely falling in that category, are you?
No, of course not, and especially Mexico and Mexican-American people are changing with the times. Mexico is a very modern country now, and so less and less do I see in my students and my colleagues and people I know this machismo complex, but I think it's very, very common within the military and within law enforcement still.
And things that are categorized by machismo, would coarse language or cursing be something that would be characterized by that?
Yes, there's a whole slew of vocabulary and jokes and terminology that are associated with being a macho, and so many references to sex and sexuality and to the penis, using words like chile or other common words to refer to a male's penis or to talk about a woman's vagina or what have you. These are part of the standard vocabulary of hyper-masculine males in all male groups oftentimes, but sometimes with women, to talk about masculinity, to talk about a kind of hypersexuality. This is part of the machismo complex that you find in many law enforcement agencies.
And I believe you mentioned infidelity within the Border Patrol and the law enforcement. Are there marital problems that are associated with this stressful and difficult job?
Yes, all the classic studies of law enforcement, police, Border Patrol, what have you, show high rates of divorce and infidelity because of the nature of the work, often with these changing shifts, all-night shifts, 24-hour shifts, a very stressful, dangerous, difficult life. But in addition to that, the hyper-masculine nature of police and Border Patrol and other law enforcement agencies encourages this kind of male behavior of infidelities, having women on the side, and so on.
So, and let me ask you about, within that culture, child rearing, especially for a male child, what that may be like, sir.
Typically, a macho parent would be domineering and bully his male children.
And could you tell me, are there any special challenges for a Latino who is not Mexican, say Puerto Rican, who is policing the United States-Mexican border?
Yes, I would say that a Puerto Rican and a predominantly Mexican-American or Mexican community such as the U.S.-Mexico border is a double minority. They're not fully accepted into the larger Anglo-Saxon society, but they're not fully accepted into the Mexican/Mexican-American society.
And could you tell us about what it means to be a supervisor within the Border Patrol?
Well, supervisors obviously have more responsibility. My understanding is that supervisors gain their position through seniority, through putting in time, through putting in years in the force. According to Robert Merrill, who wrote this great book called Patrolling Chaos, about the Border Patrol on the U.S.-Mexico border, supervisors within the Border Patrol, according to Merrill, tend to be mediocre people. They're people that conform to the rules, kind of show up on time, do their duty, but they're not overly creative or innovative. The ones that are too creative aren't promoted, and so what you get is someone who's loyal, who's conformist, who shows up and does their work, typically.
Would it be fair to say that they're rule followers?
Yes, sir.
If I could just have one moment. Thank you for your patience. I would pass the witness, Your Honor.
Sure.
Just need a minute. I got it. I'm ready. Good morning, Dr. Campbell.
Good morning, sir.
As part of your preparation in this case, were you able to review the records in this case?
I was able to review hundreds of pages of documents about the case, if that's what you're referring to, yes.
Yes. Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to publish some graphic photos, and just for warning with the audience.
Okay.
Judge, I would ask for the relevance of sensationalizing the graphic photos to the jury with Dr. Campbell on stand.
He's on cross. He talked about machismo. I want to show him.
Yeah, overruled.
I'm going to publish these photos.
Give me a second. Sorry. Got it? Thank you.
You talk about machismo
Sir.
in Border Patrol agents. Would the act of killing an 18-month-old baby by cutting his jugular and carotid artery fall under machismo?
I would say no, that in the positive side of machismo, one is defending their family and the honor of the family and the individual.
So this is not machismo.
Well, this appears to be a dead child, and
Are you aware that this is Mr. Burgos' own child?
I presume so, yes, sir.
In the area of machismo, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 186. This is the mother of that child that was killed on a dirt trail when Mr. Burgos, on duty, on the morning of April the 9th of 2018. Is this machismo?
No, the original concept of machismo involved chivalry, defense of women and children, defense of honor, defense of family.
Have you ever taught at the Border Patrol Academy?
No, I have not, sir.
Are you familiar with the Border Patrol training manuals?
No, sir.
You testified as to agents taking taking testosterone. You say that you speak to agents at the supermarket, to your relatives who are your wife's relatives that are Border Patrol agents. Do you have a questionnaire where they answer these questions?
Yes, but also I do informal interviews.
Do you have any of that data with you as far as how many agents you've interviewed that have confirmed to you that they take testosterone?
I don't have that data with me, no.
Okay. Is that data that's recorded by you as far as them taking testosterone, or is that through verbal discussions?
The verbal discussions are data. I take notes on these.
I know, but
interviews.
I'm asking you specifically if you have a questionnaire that when you meet an agent, you ask them, hey, can you fill out this questionnaire where it specifically says, are you a testosterone taker?
Typically, I don't pass out a questionnaire. I engage in conversation with the people, and I have the questions in my mind. I have a list of questions that I ask people. But anthropology also involves all kinds of spontaneous, informal interactions, trying to collect as much knowledge and information about people's lives and their worldview as we can.
I understand that, but under questioning by Mr. Boggs, you're here telling the jury that every Border Patrol agent in the country is on testosterone. I would like to know.
Objection, characterizing the testimony.
Stay.
Okay.
Wait for my ruling.
Yes, sir.
Please. Rephrase your question.
My point is, you do not have it documented anywhere, the subject of agents on testosterone. Is that true?
I've seen studies that indicate that steroid use and testosterone among Border Patrol agents is common, and they have told me these things.
I understand, but I'm asking specifically you. If you, because you testified, I'm asking if you yourself have it documented of the number of agents that you've spoken to, if it's documented that they are all, or as many as they are, on testosterone, yes or no? Do you have it documented?
I have to explain and elaborate that
I understand, sir, but my question is a yes or no question. If you testified to it, I'm asking you, do you have it documented as to how many agents are on testosterone that you've spoken to? Do you have it documented, yes or no?
I have it documented. I haven't counted the number of cases.
Okay, so you haven't counted the number of cases?
No.
Now, your expertise is in drug trafficking, correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay. Now, how many capital murder cases have you testified in?
I've testified or written reports. In
That's
more
not
than-
my question, sir.
Testified, I mean, it depends on what you're talking about. You're talking about oral testimony in court?
I'm talking about a capital murder case where the state of Texas is seeking the death penalty against a border patrolman, or any capital murder case. Have you taken the stand and testified to? That's all I'm asking. How many of those cases have you, under oath, testified to a jury?
I would have to review in my memory. I've testified in death penalty cases in Georgia, in Texas, in New Mexico. Some of these involved not actual court testimony. I'm just trying to, it's been 25 years, right? And these cases come and go. So I would say 4 or 5.
That you testified as an expert
In
witness?
court, yes, sir.
Your specialty is in the Mexican. I want to make sure I get this right. It's regarding drug trafficking in the Mexican culture, in the bicultural border. What is your specialty in?
Okay, the first half of my career, I lived in Mexico. I worked on various aspects of Mexican society. I lived in Mexico City. I lived in Oaxaca. I now live on the border. So Mexican culture and politics in Mexico were the primary emphasis at that time, the first half. The second half, living on the border, I've been more focused on the culture of the U.S.-Mexico border, many aspects of the culture, farming, food, language, family life, etc. But because of the tremendous holocaust of violence going on in Ciudad Juarez, I began to focus on the issue of drug trafficking. And in order to understand that, I put together my first book called Drug War Zone, half of which is focused on interviews and descriptions of drug traffickers, and the second half is interviews and descriptions of law enforcement agents fighting drug trafficking.
Okay. And I certainly appreciate the importance of the work that you've done, Dr. Campbell. But this is not a drug trafficking case. Do you agree? And that's a
Well-
yes or no question. This is not a drug trafficking
Judge, I
case.
object. This is an expert allowed to elaborate.
You can answer the question as you can, and if you can't answer it yes or no, just let them know you can't answer yes or no, and then ask to see if you could elaborate. So,
I prefer not to answer this in a yes and no way because it precludes a full understanding of the issue.
Okay, let me ask you more specifically. Is there any information based on the review of the documents in this case that the victim was trafficking drugs at the time that she was murdered?
No.
Is there any information in the records that you reviewed that the time that the baby and the mama were murdered, that they were engaged in human smuggling?
No.
Is there any information in the documents that you reviewed that either the mother or the baby were undocumented aliens illegally in the country?
Not that I know of.
Is there any information in the documents that you reviewed that either the baby or the mother assaulted Mr. Burgos?
No. Not that I know of.
Is there any information in the documents that you reviewed that either the mother with the baby was involved in human trafficking?
No.
In the documents that you reviewed, are you or were able to confirm that Mr. Burgos was on duty at the time that he committed the double homicide?
Yes.
In the documents that you reviewed, were you able to determine that Mr. Burgos tried to stage the crime as if the victims were assaulted by other persons?
I mean, I'm not a forensic expert, so I'm not sure if my opinion is that relevant here.
Well, if you reviewed the documents, were you able to read the reports, the police reports?
Judge, objection. The witness has answered the question.
let's just stay. Let's move on to the next question.
In reviewing the documents in preparation for this case, did you become aware that Mr. Burgos was subject of a child support case?
Yes, sir.
As part of your review of the documents, were you able to learn that Mr. Burgos summoned the victim and the baby in this case to the riverbanks on the morning of April the 9th of 2018?
Judge, objection. Mr. Burgos-Aviles is already convicted. This is the penalty phase.
It's still relevant.
I'm gonna sustain this.
Okay.
Let's move on.
In your study of the Border Patrol culture, do you know that there's 20,000, more than 20,000 Border Patrol agents in the United States?
Yes, sir.
Do you know how many have been convicted of capital murder?
I do not, but I think it's a relatively small number.
No further questions.
Anything else?
Dr. Campbell.
Yes, sir.
You understand that Mr. Burgos-Aviles is already convicted of capital murder, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the district attorney asked you about other Border Patrol agents convicted of capital murder. You remember that just a moment ago?
Yes.
And one of those agents was Juan David Ortiz, for instance.
I'm going to object. He just said he wasn't aware, and he's leading the witness.
Oh,
It's an
overruled. Just
And Do you know the sentence that Juan David Ortiz received for his conviction for capital murder?
I believe he received life in prison.
Now, you were asked by the district attorney about what you knew about the victims in this case. Various questions. Like, were they engaged in drug trafficking? Were they engaged in illegal activity of any kind? You remember that a moment ago, sir?
Yes, sir.
Now, at any time during your direct examination, did you give any indication that the victims, Grizelda Hernandez and Dominic Hernandez, were engaged in any illegal activity?
No, of course not.
Now, you were also shown some very disturbing and graphic photos by the district attorney.
Yes, sir.
Do you condemn those acts
Yes, sir.
without reservation?
Yes, sir.
Right. And is anything you've told us today about life as a Border Patrol agent meant to excuse or justify the acts that were shown to you by the district attorney?
I'm gonna object, he's testifying for this.
Just rephrase your question so that he can answer that.
Well,
So sustain the objection as asked.
does being a Border Patrol agent excuse or explain a capital murder conviction?
It certainly doesn't excuse it. I believe that my testimony about drug trafficking and immigrant smuggling was to help understand the lives of Border Patrol agents and the culture of which Mr. Burgos was a part, but it does not excuse his actions.
Now, Mr. Alaniz asked you about whether or not you used a questionnaire. Could you tell us about what immersive or qualitative research for anthropologists and sociologists mean?
Yes, the methodology we use is called ethnography, which involves participant observation, living with people, living around them, interacting with them, talking to them, spending time with them socially, conducting formal interviews, sometimes involving questionnaires. This is a standard methodology. It's part of the National Science Foundation. Anthropology is a well-regarded social science. Its primary orientation is qualitative, not quantitative. We don't usually count things.
And you said it's a part of the National Science Foundation? Did I
Correct.
hear you correctly?
Yes.
Now, I believe you told us you're not a psychologist.
No, sir.
Now, and as I understand, are you here to give a personal, individualized opinion about Ronald Burgos-Aviles?
No, I'm not, sir.
I pass the
Were you aware, in the case of Juan David Ortiz, that Mr. Ortiz, the other Border Patrol agent, gave a full confession?
I was not aware of that.
Are you aware that in the case of Juan David Ortiz, he did not kill his own flesh and blood?
I was aware of that, yes.
And are you aware that in the case of Juan David Ortiz, that he had been blown up by an IED in the Iraq War?
I believe I read that, yes.
No further questions.
Any other questions?
Are you aware that Juan David Ortiz was convicted for killing 4 people?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I have no further.
Thank you, Dr. Campbell. You are excused, sir, to go about your business. Have a safe trip.
Thank you very much, sir.
You can take your water bottle with you. You can take another one, and you can take one. Thank you, sir. Okay. Approach, please. wish my facial expressions were calmer than they are. They don't speak to what I'm thinking, by the way, just for the record. And I'll instruct you to, in fact, absolutely ignore that as well in your deliberations. But in any event, the next witness will be a very lengthy, a more lengthy witness than you've seen. So I don't want to start it right now and then interrupt it. We'll probably interrupt it for a short break in between, but I don't want to start and then break in 30 or 45 minutes. What I want to do, and it's going to be a Zoom witness as well. So it's a little bit different. So I hate to do it to you right after lunch, but it's not a video deposition, which would have been even worse. It's a live witness called by Zoom, and is it she or he, Dr. Cunningham? He will appear live by Zoom, and the questions will be asked by the individuals who are the parties and the lawyers who are here in the courtroom. So it should we're used to Zoom already, I think all of us are. So okay, so we're gonna call for lunch. We're gonna stay here working for about 20 minutes or so on other issues. You all are gonna go to lunch, come back, be here so we can get started at 1 o'clock. So be here before 1, please. Thank you. Remember that you're still under the same instructions that I've given you from the very beginning, and I reiterate to you, if you have questions on them, refer to the instructions that I've given you. The case is far from over, and so it has not been given to you for phase 2 of this decision making. Thank you. On Dr. Cunningham, it's going to be a Zoom presentation. We're going to get connected to Zoom right now. I can open it up for you all. You all get connected. When I open it up, you'll be let in. That way we already have our audio working and everything. We won't be doing it at that time. So connect me right now. Let me go ahead and do it myself. And y'all can have a seat, by the way, or you can stand, whatever you. I know you've been sitting for a while. I went to the doctor's. I did go to the doctor's office yesterday. I don't know if you all need my doctor's excuse, but I was there. It was lengthy. Everything is all right. And Monday? Okay. Yes, we don't need the interpreter then. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. We'll let them know. Thank you, Anna, for reminding me. And then we're Zoom. The meeting? Yeah. Get my title. And then, did we connect that thing again? So, let's see. Can you check that, Fabian? The speaker here, make sure it's. I hope it was connected. I don't think it is.
It's on.
Oh, but is it connected? The wire. Follow the wire, please.
Yes, Ron.
Okay. So that means it's charged, so we're good to go. Cindy will be admitted. Whoever wants to get admitted can get on now, so I can admit you all. I don't know if it can be Mr. Elizondo, Mr. Vijid, Mr. Garza, whoever's going to be in. Thank you, sir. And Mr. Boggs or Ms. Shoneman, I'm not sure who's going to get in over there. So, okay. And it's the same meeting ID. And I'm going to be the only host because I don't want anybody else coming in while we're in here. And I don't want, the staff will be obviously in, but I'll control who comes in, and that way I can lower the volume and we don't have that loud ping when somebody comes in.
Your Honor, just so Your Honor is aware, Dr. Cunningham will have a slideshow that he'll want to run during the presentation.
And I know that we can do that here. Cindy has shown me how to do that, so we'll, I think it's just a share screen.
Yeah,
Yes,
they'll
you
share.
have to give permissions, yeah.
And is that it, just share screen?
Yes, he'll share his screen.
Yeah, but do I need to do anything on my end to allow the audio of that to come in or something like that?
No, on his end, he'll have to do that.
I want to put your name on there and then just prosecutor or state or something.
I had put the state of Texas.
Okay, that's fine. You're fine. And can you hear the speaker? Oh, by the way, just you need to remember mute your devices and lower the volume. Yep. That. And so, can you hear us there on that speaker? And you might want to take that speaker near you. Well, when you get back, yeah, just disconnect it and put it near you. No, this one. Yeah. When we get back, so that it can continue to get fully charged.
I'm not hearing anybody through this one.
Let's see.
Not yet.
No, you won't hear me.
It's
You
whoever
won't hear
hears.
somebody who's outside of here.
Okay,
And we don't have anybody
correct.
outside. Well, no, we don't.
I mean, could we test it with one of ours?
Yeah, get anybody outside with maybe a phone. Well, you know what? Let me get somebody from my office to.
Not yours.
No, that's not it.
Oh.
Let
Just
me
to
get
see
my
the
office to do
mic
it.
works, that's all.
No. The jury? Yeah, just move it. Oh, I don't mind doing that one because we're not going to share this with anybody.
As an old man myself.
Oh, okay. Fernando, can you get on Zoom, please? Thank you, sir. Y me pidieron, qué padre. No tuve que pedir. I think we're good with him. Y'all can get, unless you're helping him right now for something, but that way you can go get something to eat and y'all can eat too. You know, it's, I saw you through the screen looking at me, so I go, what do y'all want?
Judge,
Yeah, you can say it from
can we
there.
go off the record?
Yes, Cindy's off the record. She's not on, is she? Okay. Okay.
Yes, Judge.
Can you hear him? Danny, Mr. Zendo?
Yes, I can hear him. Yes.
Say
Can you
something,
hear me?
Fernando?
Yes, I can hear him.
Okay, we're good. Thank you. All right, guys, I'm going to get off now, go to lunch.
Ahí está, my name is Giselle Burgos-Aviles.
Is a, don't mess with
don't it? Thank you all. Please have a seat. Good afternoon. We're getting started with our next witness. Will the defense please call your next witness?
Your Honor, at this time, the defense calls Dr. Mark Cunningham to appear via Zoom.
Very good. And we will get Dr. Cunningham spotlighted. And, well, I'm kind of wondering if I should spotlight you as well, just so that he can see you. Can you see him bigger, Dr. Cunningham?
I can, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. And we'll try and, try our best to make sure that there's little confusion. We can't guarantee no confusion, but we'll try and minimize the risk of that with this environment. Okay, so Dr. Cunningham, will you please raise your right hand so that we could swear you in? Go ahead.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Very well. Thank you, sir. Please, you may begin.
And please.
Oh, wait a minute. Can I get that round mic over there? Okay, you good. Thank you. Just take it out of your hidden area there if you can. Just put it up here in the end of the table, sort of. That's good. Thank you. Thank you. And that mic, of course, the table mic is the round mic is for Dr. Cunningham to hear, so we can hear him. And the big mic is so that we can hear the rest of the court. I mean, the long. What do you call that? You do the mic? We got my team. Okay, let's proceed.
And for the record, would you please state your name?
Mark Douglas Cunningham.
And Mr. Cunningham, what do you do for a living?
I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist in private practice and also an independent research scientist.
And you said a clinical psychologist, is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you have a specialized area of psychology?
So I'm trained as a clinical psychologist, which is the evaluation and treatment of psychological disorders. My practice now is focused in bringing those clinical capabilities to bear in court-related cases, what's called forensic psychology. Forensic psychology is any way that psychology as a science can be helpful to some issue that's before the court. Within forensic psychology, I focus on criminal cases. Sometimes I do a civil case, but primarily criminal cases. And within criminal cases, I do a lot of different evaluations. I have a particular scholarly and research focus in sentencing evaluations and in factors that inform those sentencing evaluations.
So I've marked what is Defense Exhibit 13, and you have provided me your curriculum vitae?
I have. I think the current edition of that, it's a fancy word for a resume. I think it's dated June the 9th of this year is the current edition of that.
And is that 16 pages long?
It is.
Okay. And does the copy that you've sent me accurately reflect your current resume?
It does.
Okay. And this has been provided to the state. Judge, at this time, I'd ask that Defense Exhibit 13 be admitted into evidence.
No objections, Your Honor.
It'll be admitted.
May I publish it to the jury? So, Doctor, go through this. Background.
Sure. So, born in Dallas, grew up in Houston, graduated from high school there, attended college at Abilene Christian College, now Abilene Christian University, in Abilene, Texas. Graduated with high honors. Then went into a doctoral training program in clinical psychology at Oklahoma State University. Oklahoma State University, that program is accredited by the American Psychological Association, which means that it meets particularly rigorous standards in instruction and research opportunities and practicum and library resources and that kind of thing. And I received both my master's and doctorate degrees in clinical psychology from Oklahoma State. I did a one-year clinical psychology internship at the National Naval Medical Center, the large naval hospital in suburban Washington, D.C., and I was an active duty naval officer and clinical psychology intern. That internship was also accredited by the American Psychological Association. I was then assigned as a staff psychologist at the Naval Submarine Medical Center in Groton, New London, Connecticut. At that time, the sub base in Groton, New London was the primary submarine facility on the Atlantic coast. A psychiatrist and I provided mental health services and command consultation to about 15,000 active duty and about 40,000 dependents or family members, to the extent that we could provide services to them after we treated the active duty. I was there 3.5 years. While there, I did 2 years of part-time postdoctoral study at the Yale University School of Medicine. I was decorated for my service and achievements there at the sub-base with a Navy Commendation Medal, which is a very unusual distinction for a junior officer in his first assignment. I left the Navy in 1981. Took an academic position as an assistant professor of psychology back in West Texas at Hardin Simmons University. I started a practice at the same time. After a couple of years, I resigned the practice. I resigned that academic position and was simply in practice from that time. Initially with a primary focus in clinical psychology and delivering treatment services. Over time, I began to be called on by the courts in West Texas to provide consultations and evaluations that gradually became more and more of my practice. And in the early 90s, I began a very intensive period of study to become board certified in forensic psychology.
And what does that mean, board certified in forensic and psychology? Okay,
so board certification in psychology, like in medicine, is offered in a number of different specialty areas. And in psychology, that might be industrial psychology, family psychology, clinical psychology, neuropsychology, and also in forensic psychology. There are, I think, about 10 specialty areas that board certification may occur in. In psychology, though, it's somewhat different than in medicine. In medicine, board certification is a pretty routine credential that's achieved at the end of residency or the specialization training period that physicians may go through in neurology or OBGYN or general surgery or orthopedics or that kind of thing. In psychology, board certification is typically not attempted until a mid-career level and is intended to reflect the highest sophistications of practice. So, for example, in forensic psychology, there are only about 380 board-certified forensic psychologists in the United States. The failure rate at that culminating oral exam for that board certification is 40%. So it's a very arduous credential to achieve.
And could you tell us what forensic psychology means?
So forensic psychology is the evaluation and treatment of, forensic psychology is any way that psychology as a science can be helpful to some issue that's before the court. So that may range from evaluating parenting capabilities in custody cases, or psychological injuries in civil cases, or in criminal cases, things like competency to stand trial, or mental state at time of offense, or sentencing considerations such as are being heard today.
So are you a licensed psychologist in any states?
So I'm licensed as a psychologist in Texas, as well as 13 other states. My practice is national in scope.
Okay. And have you published in the field of forensic psychology?
I have. I'm extensively published. I have authored a textbook. I have authored chapters in scholarly and scientific textbooks. I've authored over 30 papers that have appeared in peer-reviewed scientific journals. I've authored a law review article. Some of my reports appear as exemplars or kind of ideals or models of reports in different forensic arenas.
Well, let me ask you, directing your attention to today in this case, have you reviewed materials related to the state of Texas versus Ronald Burgos-Aviles?
I have.
And what were those materials?
So I've reviewed his Webb County jail records. I've reviewed his Border Patrol employment file. I've reviewed the autopsy of the victims in this case. I've reviewed the portions, several hours of the video of his interrogation by law enforcement. I've reviewed data specific to TDCJ and
well, what did I
raids
ask?
and go ahead.
What did I ask you to do for this case?
So you asked me to evaluate his likelihood of committing serious violence if sentenced to life in Texas prisons.
Now, is your testimony today based in the same science as your research?
It is.
Okay. It's based on data, is that correct?
That's correct. So my research colleague, an area of particular interest that I've had and that I've published in is in what we would formally call rates and correlates of violence in prison. And that's a fancy way of saying how often does violence in prison occur and what factors are associated or predictive of it. My colleagues and I have published most of the large-scale data on that topic. By large scale, I mean samples of 12,000, 25,000, 50,000 inmates. We have also published most of the research on the disciplinary behavior of capital offenders in prison and how often they're violent in prison. And so as I'm testifying today, I am extensively relying on the data that my colleagues and I have collected, as well as data collected by other scientists.
Now, have you prepared slides in a report to accompany your testimony here today?
So I didn't write a separate report, but my slides are essentially the report of my findings and conclusions and how I got there.
Would it help this jury to see those slides?
It really would. I'm going to be talking about, and with apologies, a lot of numbers, a lot of statistics, a lot of studies. That's just a daunting amount of information to keep up with if I'm just describing it orally. So it's very helpful to be able to see that as well as hear it.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask that Mr. Cunningham, Dr. Cunningham, be allowed to publish his slides as a demonstrative.
Okay, approach me. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, because this conversation may get a little bit louder, where I can't keep it from your hearing, because it may be lengthier, I'm going to ask you to just go back in for a little bit, and then we'll take you right back out while we have this discussion in a more normal environment. I have no idea what he's going to say to the jury about these issues, and whether he has. You're making it sound like if Dr. Cunningham is going to give the jury an opinion with regard to the ultimate issue of fact.
He is.
Is he?
Yes.
Well, he's going to offer an analysis of the probability
The probability of what?
of acts of future violence
Okay, that's it.
essentially, yes, of Mr. Burgos-Aviles, yes.
And nothing to do with the finding that they made, which is what you were arguing just a minute ago.
Well, but they're basing it on statistics that were results of capital murder convictions, some which were not even murder convictions, capital murders. It was other crimes, not just capital murders.
Just violent crimes.
Just violent crimes.
In other
Or
words,
capital.
what are the
Capital. Other states have.
a capital felony?
Yes, Your
Which
Honor.
is not a capital murder.
And so, again, that would be irrelevant to include those individuals. Federal law includes other things other than murder, and he includes statistics from federal inmates. Additionally, Judge.
But what we're talking about here is just what are the probability that there's going to be some reciprocity on the part of, or not reciprocity, some recidivism on the part of, thank you, Johnny, on the part of the defendant after committing such act, basically.
Yes, Your Honor. But I suspect that the reason Dr. Cunningham does not say the proper wording on several of his slides where he says why Ronald Burgos-Aviles is likely to adjust to prison without serious violence. That is not the standard that we have.
1 second, because Alma, did you turn on your? ¿Te la apagué o qué? Ahí está. Sorry about that. That was me. Because then I can't, Maricela can't be seen. Miss Jackman, I'm sorry, can't be seen.
Yes.
Sorry. What happened? Give me 1 second. I don't even see you on. Are you on? Save the text. Oh, there you are. All right. There you go. And then I'll move over. Okay, sorry about that. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So the Texas standard, as the court well knows, is whether there is a probability that the defendant would commit criminal acts of violence that would constitute a continued threat to society. And he added serious violence.
Whether it's, there's a possibility that he will commit continuing acts of violence. That's the word on issue number 1.
Yes, and in his slides.
Special issue 1.
Yes, Your Honor. And in his slides, he has added, and it's probably because there are different standards in these other jurisdictions, he has added without serious violence because he uses statistics from other jurisdictions.
Without serious, but isn't that what the difference between saying without serious violence and serious acts of violence?
Well, because that special issue number 1 says commit criminal acts of violence. He's adding.
That constitute a threat to society. So, Judge, so far, everything the district attorney has said goes to weight. It doesn't go to admissibility or a demonstrative ability. Everything they can cross-examine him about, and then the fact finder will make that determination.
So serious acts of violence and acts of violence, you think are very different?
Well, yes, especially because he's using statistics that are not from this jurisdiction, Your Honor. He's using, and they're also old.
I mean, humans are humans, right? In other words, are you going recidivism?
But the standard.
Yeah, did I say?
Yes, Your Honor.
Recidivism is what is the act of recidivism? A human being after committing such act in Texas or in Oklahoma or in.
Because the standard is different.
Let me finish my thought,
yes.
please. And on top of that, the court reporter can only take up your conversation or mine, so it's one at a time. She's really good, but she can only take one person at a time speaking. Okay. So recidivism. Why is it that a recidivism in one state or another will be different? What I'm saying. So you're saying because the data may have been collected differently. In other words, he may have not. Why don't we ask him that question? He may have not. He may have added an act of. He may not have added an act of violence in one state, like in Florida, which would have been added, which would have been considered within the realms of violence in Texas.
Yes, Your Honor, and because serious may be in this different.
Is it defined there?
No.
Why don't we ask him how he defined it?
Well.
Because he's the one that put it together.
And see, he also defines probability, and that is a term that even the court would not be defining in the jury charge.
What does the issue number 1 say? Possibility or probability?
Probability.
So isn't that what he should be using?
But then he defines probability as more likely than not and disproportionately likely as compared to other defendants.
But isn't that what probability means?
No, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, Mr. Elizondo. Right now, I want one lawyer speaking.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and I know that you know that Ms. Jackham is more than capable of addressing the court.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So, isn't that what probability means? In other words, when you say when we define to the jury probability in a charge, we define it as what?
We don't give it a definition.
Well, not because it doesn't require to be defined here, but when we do define it in many charges, isn't it more likely than not? Isn't it?
Yes, which we have no.
In fact, the grand jury will, when the grand jury indicts somebody, it is based on probable cause.
Yes, Your Honor. This is why we have no objection as to that part of the definition of probability. We do have an objection to his second part, which says disproportionately likely as compared to other defendants.
Disproportionately.
Likely as compared to other defendants.
So what was the first part say again?
More likely than not.
But read it entirely. What does it say?
Probability.
Let me see the slide. I haven't seen it. It's okay. I won't look at your notes. I'll put my finger on it. Probability more likely than not. Proportionally likely as compared to. Okay, so he defines it differently. Basically.
Yes,
So therefore, they may have less people in the. I'm sorry, you're going to lose your pen. He may have less people in the Florida stats and in the Missouri stats than in the than would be normally in the Texas stats.
Yes, Your Honor, and much like the,
And why is that not a matter of weight as opposed to admissibility?
Well,
In other words, you can't cross-examine them ad nauseum with regard to that issue.
then we would like the underlying information that they use for the statistics that he's using for these stats, because it's not provided for us. We did not get the underlying basis for the stats. We do not know how they defined acts or assault, the serious, what was it?
Violence.
Serious violence. It could have included only murders and aggravated assault versus just assault.
This is what 705B is about, and you all decided not to do that. You can do it now.
Judge, I will say.
You can do 705B now. 705B says that you can voir dire him on his data and his, what was it? His data and his, sorry. Just had it open a minute ago. Where is it? Here it is. Ah, it's tabbed. Great. Facts and data underlying his opinion. So you can voir dire him, and I even asked you before we're going to get started, do you want to do a 705B hearing on him? And you all said, no, we already know what he's going to say. So that's why we didn't have a 705B hearing. You could have. We can have it now. Because that's the only time, not the only time, but that's when you can ask about his, you can ask about it during cross too. But you can, but you can ask about it prior to him testifying before the jury about the facts and data underlying his opinion.
Well, we were not sure, Judge, how he was going to be presenting. If he was going to present the whole thing and submit the entire document as an exhibit for the jury, or because it is 80 some pages long, and so I don't have objections
Normally,
to the majority of it.
Yeah, okay, and I get that, but you know, with regard to admissibility, I'm sorry, I'm going to go to 705D now. The underlying facts and data can always be disclosed to the jury when everything has been otherwise admissible. And of course, an expert can rely on third-party data, which normally would be hearsay for any other witness that would be testifying. So, and on certain occasions, we can't even admit an expert report. I try not to do that because there's so much in there that is subject to the interpretation of an expert, and to give it to the jury that way, I've rarely done that. So, and I'm not giving you anticipatory ruling on that, but I'm just telling you ahead of time what I normally do. It is subject to, 403 and all sorts of other sections. But at the end of 403 situation, normally I see it in the flip side of things, where the prosecution is trying to get the reports in, and the defense makes the arguments. But this time it's the other way around. In any event, I get you. I get what you're saying. Again, I think you should take a crack at these type of, especially on this issue, because it seems to be at the crux of your concern, and your data of. And if you want to do a 705B hearing specifically on this issue, then I'll let you do that.
Thank you.
Judge, I'm sorry. I feel like, and I have great respect for the district attorney's office, but this was a bit of a stunt because we literally asked the district attorney whether or not they wanted this hearing, and they said, no, we have the report. And then when the jury came in, they suddenly said, may we approach, and then very loud, within hearing of the jury, started to give their arguments against it. So.
Well, I know that was your interpretation of it, but it was not very loud at all. In any event, you got that in, and I'll put my take on what that was. In any event, the jury's been out now for a while, and
for the record as well, Judge, I believe Mr. Boggs sent us this, how many days ago?
A few days ago. With a similar type of notice that I received. I think we had to, as soon as it was finished, we sent it. It was a few days ago. I can't remember.
Yeah,
My days
this
are mixed up.
this is the world we live in criminal law when it comes to experts, unfortunately, and especially because, you know, the defense doesn't carry the burdens of any sort, and therefore, when we do require them to give you notice of who their or designate their experts, I think I gave a date for that. Normally it's 20 days. I may have given a different date in this type of situation, but in any event, that's the world of criminal law when it comes to experts on the defense side, and here we go.
And Your Honor, for the record, we received this at 6 a.m. Yesterday, and the CV as well. So there was absolutely no purpose.
There was a designation of him as a witness some time ago, was it not?
There was a designation.
But that was it.
But nothing with regard to general opinions,
No,
or
Your
description
Honor.
of the general opinion.
No.
And of course, this is a criminal case, and they
Right.
don't have to give you all sorts of information. I know that there's exceptions when it comes to experts, because they have an ability to retain a counter expert, and that's why we have a designation date, and that's why designation date should include a general description of the expert's opinions and thoughts. And unfortunately, no one brought it to my attention that the designation did not include general opinions and thoughts, so I did not rule on anything. But if it would have been brought to my attention, perhaps we wouldn't be in this situation. In any event, we are where we are. 705B is going to be restricted in this situation, hearing to just questions on voir dire. He is not subject to a Daubert Kelly Robinson motion, so questions for voir dire purposes on 75B hearing dealing only with the expert, questions to the expert about the facts and data underlying his opinion. Thank you. You may proceed. Oh, let me get you in. You're actually on there already, so let me just spotlight you. All right, there you go. Can you see her there, Dr. Cunningham?
I can, Your Honor. Thank you.
And can I get that speaker over there to closer to Ms. Jackman? Can you do me the favor? Or Mr. Vigil, you want to take it? Thank you, sir.
Sorry, there's only one speaker.
Say speaker, say microphone, right? Thank you. Quickly, please. Let's go.
Good afternoon, Dr. Cunningham.
Good afternoon.
And can you turn your microphone on this side, the long one, what do we call it, mono? I said unit, I think it's mono. Anyway.
Can you hear me?
I can. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Marisela Jackman, and I'm the prosecutor for the state of Texas. And I wanted to begin by some of the slides that you included and ask you a couple of things regarding because much of your report is based on statistics, correct?
That's correct. Crude statistical data.
And
it's been individualized to Mr. Burgos-Aviles.
Now, these statistics are also, and I believe that you're licensed in various states, and so you have information and studies and research from various states, correct?
I do. The research demonstrates that there is significant generalization from one correctional department to another because they share accreditation and procedures and the sorts of a mix of inmates and a number of factors for why data generalizes from one correctional department to another, just like health-related data generalizes from one state to another.
Now, you are familiar that the state of Texas has a very specific standard to determine whether or not a capital murderer, a convicted capital murderer, receives the death penalty or receives life without the possibility of parole, correct?
So there are shared issues from state to state. Texas is unique in having a special issue number one, of whether there's a probability the defendant would commit criminal acts of violence that would constitute a continuing threat to society. That's unique to Texas's capital sentencing scheme. In other jurisdictions, future violence in prison may be a statutory or non-statutory aggravating factor that the jury considers, but only in Texas is it a special issue.
Yes, and so that leads me to the question where and I'm going to refer to your slide, and it is on page I think the first page you mentioned, and this
Could
is
you
on
put,
page
could you give the page
13.
number so that he could put it up on screen?
I'm sorry?
Give him the page number so that he can put
It's
it up
page
on.
13.
Page 13. Dr.
Yes.
Cunningham.
Who's going to put it up on? Oh,
He is, I'm sorry.
okay.
Your Honor, do you desire that I put it up on the screen?
Oh, yes, sorry for the
Oh,
confusion.
I'm sorry. Am I been equipped to share
Yes, you have.
like I have? Okay, so let me go to that slide. My system preferences. I'm getting a message that it may not be able to record the contents of the screen, but I'm not sure that we're looking for it to record or simply display.
Just display.
Let me see if we can get it up.
We're not recording, well, I'm recording on our end. I think, well, I don't know. Cindy, I don't think you're recording, right? No. All right, there's,
And let me go ahead and make it a larger view.
there you go.
Thank you, Dr. Cunningham. So where it says serious violence, does that mirror the standard that's used in the state of...
So just so I know that what you're presenting to me here is we want to know that we want to know after the fact, after the decision has already been made, and this is the decision that in other words, if a jury makes a decision to place this man on to answer the questions that will result in him being placed sentenced to life without the possibility of parole. After that, what is the probability of what would happen in terms of his conduct? Not before, but after that's done. In other words, once he's already in prison.
That's correct,
Not
Your Honor.
before.
Right.
He's not before the decision of the jury has been made, but after the decision of the jury has been made. I don't think that from what I heard, the witness is not going to be given an opinion to the jury with regard to what they should do with this man. Are you?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay.
That's correct.
He's going to be given an opinion with if a decision is made to place him to answer the questions as such that he's going to be placed, that he will end up going into prison for life without the possibility of parole. This is what his conduct is likely to be. I think that's the way I get it. Go ahead.
And so my question to you is there a reason, or is it significant that you added serious to the word violence when it is not included in the standard for the state of Texas? Is it?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, there is.
What is that?
Well, the standard for the state of Texas describes a probability of acts of a certain severity, not simply criminal acts of violence, but that would constitute a continuing threat to society. As a psychologist who is undertaking a violence risk assessment for prison, if you want to know the likelihood of something happening, you need to specify the severity of it. And so I am operationally defining for my purposes of evaluation. I'm not telling the jury they have to define it this way, But for purposes of my evaluation, I have defined continuing threat to society as acts of serious violence. That's based on a concept in risk assessment called proportionality, that the intervention that's brought to bear have some proportionality to the harm it's intended to prevent. In other words, would you sentence someone to death in order to prevent a mutual fistfight at some point in time in the future? As a psychologist undertaking a risk assessment, I'm identifying a standard of serious violence, but as I'm describing the statistical data throughout, I'm actually reporting disciplinary misconduct, potential violence, minor assaults, serious assaults, assaults with serious injury. I'm providing data on a spectrum of how often violence happens of different severities, so that the jury has an illuminated way of making their own determination of what they find to be proportional and what that likelihood is.
And
so it's not simply restricted. The data I'm reporting is not restricted to serious violence. I'm describing, for purposes of my opinion, I think that he's likely to adjust to prison without serious violence. And by serious violence, I mean an assault that resulted in more than first aid treatment, or that had the potential of injury beyond requiring first aid treatment.
And it's not in your studies where you indicate that some of those assaults are considered between the consenting adults and therefore would not be included in the statistics?
Well, no, ma'am. This is all based, the statistical data is based on prison disciplinary files. And so if they record a disciplinary incident, then we count that. If they identify it as potential violence, that's how we log it. If they identify it as a minor assault, that's what we describe. We've tried in our research to get additional data about these beyond just minor assault or more serious assault to include the degree of injury that the person who was assaulted sustained, so that it is more transparent and illuminates more of the severity of those assaults. So this is intended to be, both in the underlying publications and in the testimony, to be transparent across a spectrum of seriousness of assaults.
But do you agree with me that the data, if you want to give a comparison for the defendant through some of the data that you've collected, that it should be based on data that is relevant and present in this particular case for Texas?
I believe that all the data that I'm describing is relevant to Texas. And that's because that again is because there is significant generalization from one correctional jurisdiction to another. And so for that reason, the data that's drawn from samples in Missouri or Florida or Oregon, those prison populations correspond significantly to the mix of inmates who are in Texas. And the way Texas inmates are classified and the way that they're housed and the disciplinary procedures that are brought to bear, there is tremendous similarity from state to state in those State Department of Corrections. They belong to the same correctional associations. They're accredited by the same organizations. They have broadly the same mix of offenders that they are housing. They bring the same disciplinary responses to bear.
Now, for example, in this slide on number 13, where it says special custody in TDCJ, you are aware that there is no special custody classification in TDCJ for law enforcement?
There are many different specialty classifications within TDCJ. There are units for intellectually disabled offenders. There are units for medically compromised offenders. There's administrative segregation. There's safekeeping. There are many different special custodies that are available within TDCJ. as I address this, I'm not limiting it to the safekeeping unit, but rather describing that as TDCJ is classifying and assigning inmates to units, they do that with an eye in trying to limit the victimization of those defendants. And so sex offenders, for example, tend to be housed on units that are heavy with sex offenders. My expectation is that law enforcement are not simply dropped into the mix of the prison population to say good luck, but rather they also are going to be assigned to units that reduce the likelihood of them being victimized. That may not be safekeeping. It may be units that have other law enforcement on them, or sex offenders, or other populations that create less risk of victimization. And that's what I mean by special custody. That notice will be taken of who Mr. Aviles is and his occupation as he comes into that custody.
Now, are you aware that we had a TDC administrator testify that there would not be he would be classified as a G3 general population classification, and there would not be?
Oh, yes, ma'am. I understand that he would be classified as G3, but just because somebody's classified as G3 doesn't mean that then they are simply anonymously dropped into any G3 unit in TDCJ. Where they're placed is going to be informed by how violence can be limited and how their victimization can be prevented.
Now, Dr. Cunningham, when you were discussing the statistics that you'd like to use from the different jurisdictions, do any of these have capital punishments that were not capital murder?
No. No, there is no death penalty jeopardy in the United States for a crime except murder until very recently. Florida has enacted a statute that child sexual offenders may be subject to the death penalty. I don't know that somebody has yet been convicted under that.
What about
all capital offenders nationwide have been convicted of a murder.
Including federal?
Yes. That's by Supreme Court case law, that the death penalty is restricted to persons who have committed a murder. Capital robbery, capital rape were done away with decades ago.
Until recently, you said in Florida.
Recently, Florida has passed legislation that child sex offenders could be subject to the death penalty. That hasn't had time for anybody to be convicted and sentenced under that, nor has that been tested in the courts. But otherwise, nationwide, death penalty jeopardy is restricted to persons who have been convicted of murder.
Now, I'm going to direct your attention now to, it is there are some slides where you're referring to, I believe, some of the research you've conducted, and the one that I found right now was on page 82, slide 82. And
Let me go there.
And it was just, I randomly picked it because I noticed this. It says serious rule violations in high security prison, all inmates against match murderers, and you say base rate, and then you say defendant. Now, are you referring to Mr. Burgos, this included Mr. Burgos in these stats?
Oh, no, ma'am. If you back up a slide for this comparison to slide 81, and this is in a section of my testimony where we're comparing offenders with characteristics that match Mr. Aviles in that prison population, and then comparing them with other inmates. So in this case, this is a sample of 3,700 male inmates in a high security, maximum security prison, the kind of prisons where G3 inmates are assigned. and we're comparing those high security inmates to convicted murderers that match certain predictive characteristics of Mr. Aviles. And that includes that they're convicted of murder, they're serving life without parole, they're age 33 or older at intake, and they do not have a prior conviction. And so among that matched group, as we compare that matched group sharing those characteristics with Mr. Aviles, and we compare them to the 3,800 inmates that they're side by side with in the same prisons, then the base rate, that's the rate of violence among these 3,800 inmates as a whole. And then the purple, the defendant, that means the inmate sharing those risk characteristics with Mr. Aviles. And so you get a comparison of how do those offenders, those who had those matched characteristics with Mr. Aviles, what's their prison violence as compared to the other inmates they're side by side with in terms of potential violence, minor assaults, that would be things like fist fights, or major assaults.
So, wherever you refer to the defendant, you're not really referring to the defendant in this case. It should probably say matched comparison group. In other words, defendant is when you say defendant, you mean matched comparison group, correct?
Yes, ma'am, as described on the slide just before it. Obviously, Mr. Aviles could not have been in that prison system to be, over that period of time, to be compared with other high security inmates. And so defendant is simply a shorthand for defendants matching the characteristics.
Is there any other data source you want to review?
Yes. I'm looking at the data that you had on, it's a Missouri, I think it was, you said Missouri?
I'm sorry, what slide are you on?
It's on slide 65, and the slide's entitled Relationship of LWOP Sentence to Prison Adjustment.
Yes.
If I could get the data that was used on that.
Well, yes, ma'am, that's described in the paper that you see cited at the base of that slide.
Yes, but it doesn't specify what the sample size was. I'm asking for the underlying data.
I would simply need to turn to the, well, actually, I would simply need to turn to the article. The first edition of that study is described on slide 64. And that, so we did we examined first 11 years of records from 1991 to 2002. Then in 2014-15, we did a follow-up of that data and extended it. But I would simply need to turn to the article to identify what the size of the N was, and can certainly do that.
Yes, that would be greatly appreciated so that we can get the sample size that we used in comparison, I guess, to the rest of the group. I just would like to get that sample size. Additionally,
Do you want me to retrieve that now?
Yes, and so, just so that I could be provided that before you testify or I get to ask you any questions. Additionally, there is on page 96, I'm not sure where this risk measurement or these predictor variables are coming from.
Yes, ma'am. If you go to the slide just before it.
Okay.
So the descriptor is always just before you see the bar graph. And then the scholarly source of that will be at the base of the slide. In any of these articles that you would like copies of, I'm happy to provide. So in this case, this is data from TDCJ, and the sample size was 110 capital offenders who were initially sentenced to death under this special issue, and then subsequently got relief from their death sentences and are followed in the general prison population. So the follow-up period of these 110 capital offenders sentenced under the special issue was 1989 to 2008. They averaged 9.9 years on death row and then averaged 8.4 years in the broader prison population. And we were looking at dangerous rule violations. And the predictors in this case were various personal characteristics, criminal history, and offense variables. And we did a logistic regression analysis to identify what characteristics or features were associated with a greater or lesser likelihood of violence in prison. Based on that regression analysis, we created what's called a Burgos scale, which is a simplified way of weighting risk factors, the relevant risk factors. And so if a factor increased the likelihood of violence in this actuarial model, then there is a point added. There may be features that are neutral. They don't add or subtract. There are other features that subtract. These are then simply additive. The features from this risk model that we would apply to Mr. Aviles is age greater than 31, normal or high intellectual functioning, and multiple victims.
Now, are there additional predictor variables included in this article?
No, ma'am. Well, we examined many different possibilities. These are the ones that ended up being predictive. And so these are the factors that this actuarial model is then built with.
May I have this?
We consider lots of variables.
And these are discussed in this article as well?
Yes.
May I have that article as well? Or is it the same one?
Sure.
Please,
Oh, no, I mean, this is a different article that is referenced before, and I'm not actually writing down right now, so if somebody is keeping track of the slide numbers
I think
that you would like copies of the articles of, that I can then
So far it's-
email those in PDF.
So far, it's the one on page 95 and the one on page 64.
That is correct, Judge.
So 95 and 64?
That's correct.
Thank you, sir. I will be sure to make those available.
I think you can send
And
those. You can send
I
those
can
to
email
Mr.
those as PDF to the defense attorneys or whoever you designate.
Send those to Mr. Boggs. Mr. Boggs will immediately send those over to Ms. Jackman. Or who do you want,
Yes, Your
Mr.
Honor.
Boggs? Maybe Mr. Boggs is not the best person to send these to. How about you guys over there? Anybody? Either, do you have Mr. Shauneman's or Ms. Pozel's email?
I don't think so.
Okay, they'll email you right now, and then they'll, you can get that to them. Thank you. Sorry about that. Okay, go ahead. Anything else?
No, Your Honor, did I ask him, which are the two that I asked for, page?
64 and 95, I think it was.
And then I also wanted to get the statistics for page 47, which is the Potosi Correctional Center, the statistics that they use there.
Okay.
And there was,
The whatever, yeah, the citation you make is there on page 47, Mr.
Right.
Dr. Cunningham.
and there's one other judge, if I can just give it. I believe there is on page 55,
Yeah, we had that already.
oh, the manuscript, yeah.
Oh, 65 I did not, I did
55.
64. Okay, so 65 also, please.
No, 55, Your Honor.
I'm sorry.
On-
Okay.
On page 55,
55 is unpublished data at this point, so this is a manuscript that we are working on. Let me see if I can find,
Not sure you actually discussed that, but anyway, yeah.
let me see if I can find an additional description of these data.
Okay, so she's,
They're described, well, let's see, no, this is a different one. Yeah, let me see if I can identify this.
page 55, yes.
and the particular reason I'm asking for this is because it does say manuscript in preparation. I didn't know if it had been peer reviewed for publication. And I also wanted...
Actually, you just want where the data source
Yes,
is.
but Because I wanted to know if they were federal or which state.
The data source of where you got
Yes.
that.
Oh, I'm sorry, this is from the Oregon Department of Corrections, and this is data that we are in the process of analyzing. A paper has not yet been submitted with these data, but this is from the Oregon Department of Corrections.
So if you have that, I don't know what type of volumes you may have on that type of, I would imagine that if this is raw data, that it comes in some sort of voluminous type of thing. So it's not summarized. Do you already have it in a summarized fashion, perhaps citing to the Oregon Department of Corrections?
Your Honor, I can look and see. This is drawn from a pretty extensive statistical data set that I may not be able to put my hands on in a short period of time. But I can see if there has been something that we have that's been written up about this. There may be.
All right. But just make reference to it if you send that email to these folks.
I just wanted to make sure before I sent the email that this was the entirety of the underlying data that was being requested.
Could you say it a little bit louder because I couldn't hear you?
Yes, Your Honor, I would just like to make sure before I send this email to Dr. Cunningham that it's the entire universe of data that is being requested from him for this purpose.
Or the summary of it, I
Well,
guess.
Your Honor, if I,
From the slides, is this the complete list of slides for which you would like the underlying data?
Your Honor, if I could, I would like every one that he cited to, if we could get the underlying data. They're his articles. He uses.
You're not going to have time to review all that. Do you know what underlying data means? It's volumes
but
and
there-
volumes and volumes of data from over the course of years
But he-
from the Departments of Corrections of everywhere, and you're going to have to cross-examine this witness. You'd rather have the summary of it as opposed to the data itself, wouldn't you?
I think that would be for us to decide, Your Honor.
Okay. Just send her
Your
the data.
Honor,
Don't send her the
if I can-
summaries. Don't send her summaries, just the data.
Just
That way,
they're
you
his
know.
articles.
Well, I thought you said you just wanted the data.
But I believe he has them in those articles, Judge.
There are some that do not have articles. They just have the manuscript, which is
That
not
was
ready.
just one.
Sorry. So they're not ready. So therefore, this hearing is about data and stats. I'm sorry, data and what did I say it was? Facts. So where are you getting the facts and the data, or the data or the facts to put into the data? And so therefore, you know, that's where they're getting it from. So send them whatever you have with regard to the data and the stats and the articles that are referenced. And if the articles are where you get the data from, then that's where you get the data from. You don't necessarily need the raw data of those articles, okay? So in other words, if you're just citing to the article that already has the data summarized, that's what you do. That is your underlying source. As an expert witness, you can rely on that. And the rest of it is just about weight. So if you have, make clear, sort the articles, and if the articles cite to the source of data and have the data summarized in that fashion, then great. If there is nothing that summarizes the data, then you're just going to have to send them whatever it is that you have and how you were able to put that slide together with data from whatever it is that you have. You don't have to send the entire article of that manuscript because it's not ready. But if you have some data within that manuscript that's already ready, obviously it's ready because you used it to prepare that slide, then whatever it is from that particular slide that you use, from that data that you use to put up that slide, then send that to her.
Yes, Your Honor.
I think we've covered everything she requested.
Thank you.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
The only concern for me would be the slide that discusses or defines probability more than it would be defined, or as the state law says, what is commonly known, or the common definition of it.
Where was that at? It was not 13. What was that?
It was on page,
7, Your Honor.
Now, it doesn't say that that's what Texas says, but you're saying just to not have that particular confusion?
It's on 7 and 12, Your Honor.
7 and 12?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so it starts off by saying, well, it starts off at page 5 by giving you exactly the definition of special issue number 1.
Yes.
And then it goes to conceptual framework,
And
operational.
Your Honor, this is as operationally defined by a forensic psychologist. And so this is like the idea of that somebody has to pass calculus. Okay, how are we going to operationally define passing calculus? Well, we might say that that's based on an A is 90% or more correct, B is 85 to 92, a C is 80 to 85. That's an operational. That's operationalizing it.
The only way-
particular calculus
One second.
questions that somebody gets further operationalize it. So these are simply how I'm going about operationalizing this from the standpoint of a forensic psychologist undertaking this assessment.
Give me 1 second. Okay. With regard to, this is my ruling on that. With regard to my ruling on whether Dr. Cunningham testifies based on this N05B hearing, voir dire that we just had, I am going to allow him. I'm assuming that the state was in the same. Really, you weren't saying don't allow him. You were saying some of the stuff should not be allowed. I'm allowing him to testify with regard to that. I find that the data and facts that he put together on data are suffice for his opinions. With regard to that slide that the state is concerned about, I think it's really close to when you define Special Issue 1, and I don't want it to make it sound like if this is what the state means by this. I don't want it to sound like that. And since it's real close to each other, I need for you to perhaps when you put that up, you just leave the more likely than not. And then he explains for him that why his operational, what did you say it was?
Operational definition.
Framework is, it doesn't mean that that's what the state is, as long as that's then I'll allow not in fact, I'll allow it to be shown after he explains why he's saying that, but that it is not what he defines that to be. Because that is not the way the state defines it, that's not the way I'm going to define it to the jury, and I don't want any confusion with regard to that.
So, Judge, I believe the definition of probability was the subject of pretrial litigation by the defense, arguing that probability means more likely than not. If that is the state's position now, at that time they said it's not defined in the law. All we'll say is that it's more than a possibility. So if the state is conceding that probability means more likely than not, we will take that definition.
Well, that wasn't, what was I even asking? I was talking about the second part of that.
Yes, so I just want to make sure I understand the court's ruling. So he is
I wasn't ruling on the
allowed-
first part. I was only ruling on the second part of it.
I wanted to talk, Judge, I'm sorry.
Okay. So on the second part, okay, now that you've raised the first part, I do remember some conversation about that in limine. What is the problem with that? Did you all not want that said?
We don't have an issue with the first one, Your
All
Honor.
right.
It was just the second one.
Okay, so you'll before you put it up, you will, in fact, you won't be able to put it up on, you'll have to put it up on the Elmo if you want that up. Maybe you can just skip it. But in any event, or just talk about it and not put it up, because you're going to have to put something on it, and then he's going to have to explain that it's not the definition or whatever it is, that he's using it for his own purposes, and that's the way they use it. As long as that's defined, that it's not part of the definition, that he's not attempting to define that from the state.
The second part.
The second part, yes, sir.
Right. So
And Your Honor, if I might offer, I have already gone in and animated that slide in anticipation of your ruling, so that when the slide first comes up, it will only say one, more likely than not. That second part won't appear until there's an additional explanation.
Thank you. Very good.
May I have that also as to page 12? Because I mentioned.
Oh, it's
those
there
to
too?
Your Honor.
Yeah, you did mention 12, you're right. 12, 12 may not be animated, but 12, let's say. Okay, 12 also has, in fact, that one has 1 and 1, not 1 and 2, but in any event.
I've now corrected that, Your Honor. That was the PowerPoint renumbered it on
Okay.
me, so mine now says 1 and 2.
Okay, so can you also try and make that split while I bring the jury in? I'll take about 5 minutes to get that done.
And,
I can, thank you, Your Honor.
and any ruling on the word serious violence, as opposed to just.
No, because I think that there's going to be, there's going to be an explanation with regard to that, and it's not going to be part of that definition. It's not close to slide 5, and he's going to talk about it in the terms of his data. And
Thank you.
And then there's a whole bunch of other stuff that defines each and every one of those type, like assaults, violence to staff members, and then, so they define it differently. So I think that plays a role.
Thank
and,
you.
And the serious part will be definitely defined and talked about. All right, thank you. Let's get the jury ready to come in. If because I anticipate we're not going to take a break here for I know that you have to take a break. So they told me about you having to take a break. So let's do that now for you,
Yes,
and then
sir.
and we'll
Thank
do
you.
the same. Thank you. And so we'll try to get back as soon as possible, guys. So everybody get back in as soon as you can. Thank you.
All right.
make those adjustments. And then, once it's up, Alma, can you, you know what, no, I'm gonna do it this way, watch Alma. Oops, not that way, that way. Oops. Oops. Go. Go. Hey, Alma, turn the camera off there with you. And then, no, okay, I'll do it, I'll do it. Right there. Just click on that. There you go. For some reason, it should let you go. Okay. So voy a mandar este artículo. Thank you. All please have a seat. And now turn it on. Alma. You working? Oops. Yeah, it doesn't turn on. Okay, and then, Ms. Jackson, can you turn on your, oops, what are we doing? You're on camera?
Did you want me on while he's questioning?
Huh?
Did you want me on the screen?
Oh, no, I don't need you on. I'm sorry, I forgot that we were going back over here. Thank you. So, let's continue with your examination, please. Mr. Boggs?
Judge.
It'll be, oops, I think it needs to, something happened. Well, give it a second.
Yes, sir.
Is your computer on?
On our table, sir? The monitor? No, sir. My
Oh,
computer is
No,
on.
no, but who's sharing the documentation? Okay, there he is. No, but are you on, who was the one that was on? What laptop was the one that was connected to the screen? Was it the defense counsel's
We
laptop?
were told, as I understood, that the IT was this laptop here.
Where is it
This
at?
isn't our laptop.
Oh, so now we have to put it on. Sorry about that. Anybody's could be on, but. Yeah, sorry about that.
Careful, the cam. They're going to see your password.
All right, thank you. you may begin, sorry.
So, Dr. Cunningham, what were you asked to do in this case?
I was asked to perform a violence risk assessment for prison of Mr. Burgos-Aviles, addressing the likelihood of serious violence should he be confined for life in TDCJ.
And Dr. Cunningham, as a forensic psychologist, is there an obligation to understand the role of a given evaluation in the legal system?
There is. That's part of what differentiates a forensic psychologist from simply a clinical psychologist, is a familiarity with the legal issues and how psychology as a science interfaces with those issues.
And in regard to your evaluations for capital sentencing, is this something that you addressed in your textbook on this subject?
It is.
And have you taught other psychologists about these concepts in continuing education presentations?
I have, both psychologists and attorneys.
So, Dr. Cunningham, as understood by a forensic psychologist and as structured in your evaluation, briefly describe the primary sentencing considerations.
So the primary sentencing considerations are four. So there are four of these. One of them is retribution or punishment. That's a concept that, or an issue that psychology as a science doesn't have much to say about. That's a social issue that's determined by judges and juries. The second factor is general deterrence. That's essentially the warning that's sent to the rest of society about not doing this. This is also an issue that psychology as a science, as a forensic psychologist, I don't have expertise to offer about. So these first two are sentencing issues, but they're not ones that forensic psychologists have special expertise about. The next two are within the area of forensic psychology. One of those is moral culpability. That's the idea of what raw materials and resources somebody brought to their decision making. And that may also be referred to as mitigation. And then the fourth issue is specific deterrence or incapacitation. What needs to be done to prevent this individual or lessen the likelihood of this individual committing criminal acts or serious criminal acts in the future? That's part of the idea with how long somebody is sentenced to prison. That's essentially an assignment of incapacitation, where they will not be in the larger society and will be incapacitated for a certain period of time depending on the offense.
And which of these four are you addressing today?
Today I'm addressing specific deterrence or incapacitation.
And as understood by a forensic psychologist, is specific deterrence or incapacitation reflected in one of the special issues in Texas capital sentencing?
It is. It is. It's reflected in Special Issue 1, and that special issue is whether there is a probability that the defendant would commit criminal acts of violence that would constitute a continuing threat to society.
And Dr. Cunningham, as a scientist in the field of forensic psychology, what does it mean to operationalize a legal issue?
Operationalize means that you turn it into something that you can evaluate and measure. So for example, let's say the issue is you have to pass American history before you can graduate from high school. All right, somehow we're going to need to operationally define what does it mean to pass. So at what percentage correct is that you've passed? And also, what's the underlying information that you need to know? What are the test items that we're going to ask that demonstrate that you have the requisite knowledge of American history to get a high school diploma? So that's a way of operationalizing it. In forensic psychology, this is things like in an evaluation of competency to stand trial. What specific inquiries do you ask that illuminate somebody's understanding of a legal proceeding or their ability to relate to their attorney? Or if this was an insanity case, how would we go about operationalizing whether somebody knew his conduct was wrong? And what inquiries and what history would illuminate that. So operationalizing means that you take a general idea and you make it something that can be scientifically measured.
And as a forensic psychologist, and for the purposes of this evaluation, how did you operationalize Special Issue 1?
Well, I divided that into 3 elements. The first element is probability, which is more than a possibility. And the importance there is that a capital sentencing proceedings, as understood by a forensic psychologist, exist as a way to narrow and particularize the application of the death penalty, so that you have a universe of people that have committed death-eligible crimes and then a smaller proportion of them that are actually sentenced to death. Now, if the issue is any possibility, then the answer is always yes. There is always some possibility that every capital defendant would commit violence or serious violence in the future. And so if the issue is defined as any possibility, then it serves no purpose in narrowing and particularizing the application of the death penalty. So probability has to mean something more than that.
And so, as viewed by a forensic psychologist, how is a probability operationalized?
Well, probability is primarily operationalized by more likely than not, that there is at least a 51% likelihood of a given act or hazard occurring. That's the primary way that we think about probability. There's also, as psychologists approach it, a secondary way of thinking about probability.
Now, Dr. Cunningham, what is that second area or way that a psychologist thinks about probability?
So the second way may be that this proportion, this individual is disproportionately likely to commit violence as compared to other defendants. So that's an alternative way that a psychologist may view probability or risk.
And as a psychologist, did you operationalize acts?
I did. So that's the second part of this. It says whether there's a probability of criminal acts of violence. In other words, acts as a psychologist, I'm operationalizing as behavior. Now, that's different than if we were to operationalize this by a characteristic or proclivity. So, for example, dangerousness is a proclivity or is a characteristic that is extraordinarily difficult, if not impossible, to measure. But that's not what the Act calls for. The special issue doesn't call for an assessment of dangerousness. It calls for an assessment of probability of behavior, of criminal acts of violence.
So could you demonstrate to us how whether and the differences between dangerousness and acts?
Certainly. As understood by forensic psychologists, if we're talking about future dangerousness, that's a prediction. The person either is or they're not. As opposed to a violence risk assessment where we're looking at varying probabilities, not just an either or. Now, under future dangerousness, if the question is a capital defendant at the point of his conviction, is he dangerous? Well, the answer to that question is always yes, as compared to your typical citizen on the street. Of course this capital defendant is dangerous. That's why at the very least he's going to be sentenced to life in prison as a permanent incapacitation from the rest of society. So if we're talking about future dangerous, now again we lose any narrowing or particularizing function of this special issue if we talk about it in terms of dangerousness. Now, on the other hand, if we're talking about assessing a likelihood of violent acts, that's going to vary by individual. Different individuals will have different likelihoods of different severities of acts. Future dangerousness relies on an intuitive methodology. What do I mean by that? That's kind of a gut check. Gee, am I disturbed by this person? Do they kind of scare me? Am I unhappy with them? It's an intuitive methodology. It's sort of like trust your common sense idea. It's an intuitive.
And
on the other hand, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was going to ask if in your scholarly publications and seminars with psychologists, is this distinction made?
Oh, it is, yes. And so that we encourage experts as they testify to speak precisely. So future dangerousness is this convenient way of summarizing the special issue, because it's a long sentence to say whether there's a probability the defendant would commit criminal acts of violence that would constitute a continuing threat to society. So there is a seduction, a tendency to want to abbreviate that into something that's a little bit easier to say. The problem is these mean two very different things. Future dangerousness is this intuitive, unmeasurable, subject to bias characteristic that we're trying to infer, as opposed to that can't scientifically be measured with any specificity, as compared to future violent acts and the likelihood of those that can be measured and predicted.
So, Dr. Cunningham, what was the third element to be operationalized as understood by forensic psychologists?
So the third issue is of a certain severity. So the special issue says whether there's a probability of criminal acts of violence that would constitute a continuing threat to society. That invokes the notion of criminal acts of a certain severity. And this becomes important in a violence risk assessment because as we look at prison violence, the likelihood of that varies considerably by what severity of violence you're talking about. And from a psychologist standpoint, from a forensic psychologist standpoint, this also involves a concept in risk assessment called proportionality.
And could you describe what is meant by proportionality as a psychologist undertakes a violence risk assessment?
Certainly. So as a psychologist engages in a violence risk assessment, that's always with the intention of informing an intervention. So what's the degree of risk so that we can then bring treatment or confinement or supervision or isolation so that we can then bring interventions to bear to reduce that risk. So within violence risk assessment, as psychologists view this, the concept of proportionality means that the intervention bears some proportionality to the harm it's intended to prevent. And so, for example, in a capital context, would you execute a defendant to prevent a mutual fistfight someday? Does that seem proportional? And so that's why it becomes important to look at these different severities of violence and their likelihood in prison, so that an informed decision can be made about whether the intervention is proportional to the harm it's intended to prevent. Trying to prevent a mutual fistfight, or are we talking about actually we want to prevent an assault that sent somebody to the hospital?
So, Dr. Cunningham, what is your conclusion regarding Mr. Burgos-Aviles' probability of committing criminal acts of violence that would constitute a continuing threat to society?
So if I have operationalized this, first in terms of a probability of more likely than not, I find that he is quite unlikely to commit serious violence in TDCJ confined for life.
And was there a second way that you viewed probability as a psychologist?
There was, and that is the question of whether he is disproportionately likely to commit serious violence as compared to other inmates. And I find that he is less likely to commit serious violence in prison than other inmates in general and other capital offenders, both.
And Could you tell us about your individualized appraisal of what kind of adjustment Mr. Burgos-Aviles will have to a life term in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice?
I can. I have identified a number of characteristics about him from the research and from the corrections data and our research group's analysis of these that point to his having a very low likelihood of serious violence in prison. And those features are that he is age 34 at the outset of a life sentence, that he's had one minor disciplinary infraction in 5 years of custody in the Webb County Jail, that he has a high school education and some college, that he has a long-standing employment history, both in the military and also the Border Patrol, that he has continued contact with community members who write or call or visit him, that he's been convicted of a capital murder, which seems counterintuitive, but is a factor associated with low likelihood of violence in prison, that he would be serving a life sentence. Then there are a number of actuarial comparisons of examining inmates who match predictive characteristics with him and comparing them to the other inmates they're side by side with. And those actuarial comparisons also demonstrate both a low likelihood, less than probability, and also a disproportionately lower likelihood than these other inmates. And then finally, that because he is former law enforcement, that his placement in TDCJ will be on units that offer some protection against being victimized. And those sorts of units also have lower rates of violence in prison.
So, Dr. Cunningham, could you discuss what the slide says, special custody in TDCJ? Could you discuss what that means in this context?
Sure. So there are many special custodies in TDCJ. There is a special unit for inmates with intellectual disability. There are persons who've been convicted sex offenders tend to be congregated on particular units. Law enforcement across the country in the prison systems are also assigned to units with other law enforcement or lower risk environments like sex offender environments. They're not simply dropped at random into the deep blue sea of the general prison population. Now, they may be classified as G3, that's their classification and the security level they're housed with, but that doesn't tell us about what unit they're assigned to, where you reduce the likelihood of them being victimized and targeted, and on those units, the assault rates are lower. You know, there is a very small unit in TDCJ called safekeeping. It has about 61 or 62 inmates on it who are identified as needing particular protection for their own safety. But that is by no means the totality of how assignments are made for different units in custody in recognition that some inmates are much more vulnerable than others.
So, Dr. Cunningham, could you tell us what your bottom line conclusion is in regard to Mr. Burgos-Aviles?
So my bottom line conclusion is that there is a very low likelihood of his committing serious violence confined for life in the Texas prison system.
And what features or characteristics of Mr. Burgos-Aviles about his background do you base this on?
On these features that are derived from research.
Well, before you go into detail about these factors, could you tell the jury about how the risk of violence is broken down?
Certainly. So the overarching question is, will there be violence? But actually this is made up of 4 sub-questions. First, what's the probability? This is not an either-or situation that absolutely he will or absolutely he will not. I couldn't say that about anybody in the courtroom, that there's just no likelihood at all of them ever being violent in the future. So this is not a yes or no, it's what's the probability, what's the likelihood of what form of violence. Now that's important to specify because the more severe the violence is, the dramatically less likely it is to occur in prison. So for example, the rate of assault might be in a prison system might be 10 per 1,000 per year. But the rate of homicide of an inmate is about 5 per 100,000 per year. So as the severity of the violence increases, its likelihood dramatically decreases. And that's why as I present information about the various studies that we've done, I'll describe a range of disciplinary infractions and violence where it will be this will become obvious that things like mutual fistfights happen much more often than somebody being stabbed up and sent to the hospital, which is extraordinarily infrequent. And then the third question is what time period? That means when in this person's life. And that's because the likelihood of misconduct in prison and violence in prison is directly related to age. The older you are, the less likely you are to get in trouble in prison or to be violent in prison. And so critically important that we specify at what time period are we talking about, and then finally in what context. Are we talking about the open randomly assigned prison population? Are we talking about being locked down in a supermax setting like administrative segregation, or assigned to a unit that's characterized by other vulnerable persons and are less assaultive with each other? What context are we talking about?
Is there an analogy that you could give the court and this jury about risk assessment that's common to all of our experiences?
There is. So these are the same questions that are asked by the automobile insurance industry, because they're also involved in the business of risk assessment, just a different kind of risk. So they're also asking, what's the probability of what type and severity of accident, with what age driver, in what driving locale? And we're asking corresponding questions as we undertake a violence risk assessment for prison.
And are there different risk assessment techniques?
There are, and these range from most reliable, most scientific, to least reliable, most speculative, and kind of random.
So what is the most scientific approach in assessing the likelihood of a future hazard, whether it's a car accident or violence?
So the most accurate and the most reliable approach is a group statistical approach, also called the actuarial model or the insurance company method. And that's where you define the group and you follow your experience or the casualty rate of that group. And on the basis of that, you identify the likelihood, what's called the base rate. How many of those people have accidents of what severity? And also what factors are associated with a greater or lesser likelihood of those hazards. So this is the idea that, when my son turned 16, my insurance rates went up $1,000 every 6 months. Well, they didn't bring my kid in, interview him, look at him. They based that on their experience with 16-year-old male unmarried drivers. And on the basis of that experience, they then set a hazard prediction, if you will, for my kid. And so I figure these kids cost them an average of $800 every 6 months, $100 for clerical, $100 profit. My rate goes up $1,000.
So could you talk about the role of statistical or group data for predicting future serious violence in prison?
So as we think about this group data, the maxim in violence risk assessment is that knowledge of the appropriate base rate is the most important single piece of information necessary to make an accurate prediction. Now, the base rate is simply how often does violence happen in a group of similarly described persons. That's what that means. Base rate data is the fundamental information in medicine and in psychology. So, for example, you go to the doctor, he looks in your throat, he identifies what appears to be strep, may do a sample to confirm that. And his choice of therapeutics, that when he writes you a prescription for an antibiotic, that's based on a group of people that you didn't belong to who had a similar infection and what percentage of them responded to this particular antibiotic with what positive response and with what side effects. And a lot about the practice of medicine is simply knowledge of thousands of base rates and how those apply to the clinical treatment. So in the same way as we're trying to identify what's the likelihood of this defendant committing serious violence in prison, then we look at risk-related characteristics about him and the associated base rates of how often is misconduct or violence happening in persons that share those characteristics. That's the most scientific approach to make.
And is there a scholarly consensus regarding the role of group data in assessing future risk of violence?
There is, and it's this notion that if you can't have any other information, you want to know the base rate.
Now, let's talk about what the next most scientific approach in doing a violence risk assessment.
So the next most scientific approach is a past pattern approach or method. This is the idea that the best predictor of future behavior is past behavior. And so essentially recognizing the stability of patterns of human behavior over time, you use patterns of how this person behaved in the past to estimate how they're going to behave in similar situations in the future.
Dr. Cunningham, will you talk about the role of past behavior in predicting future behavior?
Certainly. So past behavior is a very strong risk factor for future behavior, assuming that you have three critical elements. Number one, you have to have enough behavior to form a pattern. So one act is not a pattern. You need to have enough behavior to form a pattern. The context of prediction is sufficiently similar, and you're in the same broad phase of life. So this past pattern is a very powerful risk predictor if you have these three elements.
And is there a scholarly consensus regarding the role of past behavior or prior violence and future risk of similar behavior?
There is. So let's look at this idea of enough behavior to form a pattern. Our context prediction in the same broad phase of life. So as we look at this idea of the context being sufficiently similar, what the science demonstrates is that a pattern of violence in the community, is associated with an increase of future violence in the community. Even a pattern of violence in the community is not reliably or consistently predictive of future violence in prison. So community violence predicts community violence. It does not predict prison violence. Prison violence predicts prison violence. So somebody's got a pattern of violence in prison, that predicts more violence in prison, not their community behavior.
Are there everyday examples that you can provide of context in predicting behavior?
Sure. So the way that my son would drive on Friday night when he's out with his friends might have no correspondence to the way he drives on Sunday morning with me sitting next to him in the front seat. Same kid, same car, fundamentally different context. The way the class acts with their regular teacher does not seem to predict how they behave in front of the substitute teacher. Same kids, same classroom, fundamentally different context. So context is really key here as we try to make sense of what community behavior, community violence has to do with prison violence.
Dr. Cunningham, could you talk about the current state of science regarding what a pattern of violence in the community predicts?
I can, and I'll illustrate this with a study that my colleagues and I did. And this is an example of some of the very large-scale data sets that we examined in trying to understand rates and of violence in prison and what factors are associated with it. So in this instance, we had over 23,000 offenders who were admitted to prison. And we had access to a computerized database of their behavior after they got to prison. And what kind of infractions and violent infractions they were engaged in prison. We also had a data set of their criminal records that reflected their past arrest and convictions. And so because we had a those dual data sets on these 23,000 inmates, we could then examine what one had to do with the other. And perhaps most startling is that if you go to the bottom bullet on this slide, having been convicted of a homicide, either that you're in prison now on a homicide or you had been convicted of a homicide in the past, was not associated with an increased risk of prison violence. Now that's a very counterintuitive. That's kind of the opposite of what you would think, is you would just sort of sit and think about, so who's going to be violent in prison? When we actually look at the data, and we'll look at other studies that confirm this, it's simply not associated with an increased risk of prison violence. Now, even the rate of violent arrest, even if somebody was getting arrested more often in the community for violent offenses, that was also not related to assaulted prison misconduct. So they were doing this repeatedly in the community, come to prison, it doesn't continue. Now, there were a couple of factors that were associated with a somewhat increased risk. If there was a prior arrest for assault and a current conviction for robbery and or assault. So if you had those two things, that was associated with an increased risk of prison violence. Now, even then, it didn't make it more likely than not. That's in relation to low base rates. And here's what I mean by that. So let's say that the incidence of assaults is 5%, and you have a pretty powerful risk factor that doubles the risk. Well, where are we now? Well, now we're at 10%. We've doubled the risk. That means 90% of those guys will not be violent, and 10% of them will. So you always want to examine your risk factors in relation to what's the base rate. How often is violence happening in this group?
And Dr. Cunningham, has the U.S. Department of Justice weighed in on this issue?
They have. So even before we began to publish our large-scale data sets, the U.S. Department of Justice and agencies within DOJ had already identified this same finding based on their decades of experience with inmates being confined in state and federal prisons nationwide. And here's the primary findings that they had. Number one, past violence in the community is not strongly or consistently associated with prison violence. Number two, the current offense, prior convictions, and escape history are only weakly associated with prison misconduct. And finally, the severity of the offense is not a good predictor of prison adjustment. The severity of the offense has sent this person to prison.
So, Dr. Cunningham, these are published conclusions by the Department of Justice?
They are.
Okay, and what do these findings show us about community criminal history as a reliable basis for asserting a more likely than not probability of prison violence.
It's not a sound basis. That would be an error to make that kind of inference.
So, Dr. Cunningham, can you provide an everyday example of the application of the same broad face of life?
Well, certainly. So, if I apply for automobile insurance and I'm 50 years old, State Farm is not interested in my driving record when I was 16 to 20 years old. They're interested in the last 3 to 5 years. Because the way that a single male drives age 16 to 20 has no correspondence to the sort of driver he is out here at age 50. And so it's critically important, and for that reason the insurance rates are very different, whether the insurance company is examining the significance of tickets for a 16-year-old and whether those have any application at all, 20, 30, 40 years later. Because driving behavior like violence has a significant association with age.
And Dr. Cunningham, what is the next risk assessment approach in the hierarchy of more to less scientific?
So the next approach is what we would call intensive clinical evaluation. And that's what you might expect a psychologist to do, which is to go in, interview Mr. Burgos-Aviles, take a history from him, observe him, on the basis of that identify personality characteristics about him, and from those personality characteristics infer his long-term violence likelihood in prison. That's what you would think a psychologist would do. The problem is that approach is notoriously unreliable. It simply doesn't work. Now, in this case, I have not gone in and interviewed Mr. Burgos-Aviles. I've watched him on the interrogation video. I've looked at his jail records and his employment records, but I have not interviewed him or tested him looking for those characteristics.
So
and part of the reason I haven't is because my sitting down with him directly would not be looking for personality characteristics. That has nothing to do with it. I would be taking a history from him about how he's been confined in jail and problems that he's had in jail, if any, disciplinary misconducts and those kinds of things. I would only be gathering data from him about factors that are related, scientifically related to likelihood of violence in prison, and I can get those from other records and other information. So although it seems like that's what would be the way to do it, it actually doesn't work.
So are you saying that intensive clinical evaluation increases the likelihood of predictive error?
It does. If that's what you're relying on, if you're looking for personality characteristics to make this differential. And some of this is related to base rates. So let's say that I interview somebody and I identify that they were violent and so apparently have a capacity for violence. Only over 60% of the inmates in TDCJ are currently serving a sentence for violent offenses. Most of these guys have violent histories. Well, anytime you have a feature that's present in a large proportion of the group, it's not going to predict the infrequent act. Let's say that I identify that he is impulsive in some fashion in the quality of the judgment that he brings to bear. Well, while I might think that was predictive, almost everybody in prison is impulsive. That's how they went to prison, is doing things that were ill-conceived and bad judgment. And so again, a characteristic that's universally present doesn't then predict the infrequent act. It's just not going to work.
So, Dr. Cunningham, I'd like to talk again about the importance of context in violence risk assessment. what are one of the fundamental flaws in this model?
So what the intensive clinical evaluation focuses on is who is this individual? Who is this defendant, and what are his characteristics? As if violence is just a function of that individual. And so if I understand him, then I can identify his likelihood of violence in all contexts. Now that is a mistaken notion. And this has been well established in the risk assessment scholarship and field for over 40 years. Back in 1987, Hall conceptualized the likelihood of violence as involving the interaction of an individual with specific environmental factors at a certain time, place, and setting. And it's the interaction of those things that produce violence. The conclusion is that individual persons are never dangerous in toto. That it isn't ever just about this person, but this person in particular interactions in particular settings.
So, Dr. Cunningham, have you prepared a model that demonstrates how factors resulted in someone being violent in the community and in their capital offense, that it's not the same in prison?
I have. So as violence is understood by risk assessment scholars, violence is the result of a person who is in a particular interaction in a given context. And it's out of that whole matrix that you get violence. So then, this is the open community, let's say. When you go to prison, now there's an inmate who is interacting with other inmates. These are guys who are in prison for a reason. And also, these are guys you're going to have to deal with if you're a capital offender for the rest of your life. And you're going to have to deal with them and their friends and their cousins who you may not even know. And you're also dealing with vigilant staff who are well trained and who you are also going to have to deal with from now on. And God forbid you're getting escorted down the stairs with your hands handcuffed behind your back and you trip. So this is a very different interaction context, and that is also highly restrictive with eyes-on monitoring, video monitoring, concentric layers of security, cell searches, a very restrictive context. And the effect of that is to form a barrier to block the occurrence of most serious violence.
So, Dr. Cunningham, could you explain this model related to specifically to the Texas Department of Corrections and Justice?
I can. So if we look at TDCJ, so who's in TDCJ? So we think about this notion of who are these guys? Well, 16,000 in TDCJ have been convicted of a homicide. That's almost 14% of the population. 75,000 are currently serving a sentence for a violent offense. That's over 64% of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice inmate population. Now, of the 122,000 that were in prison in Texas in 2022, 62,000 of those were G3 offenders, like Mr. Burgos-Aviles will be classified as should he get a life sentence. That's almost 54% of the population. Among those G3 offenders, about 95% of those G3 offenders are serving a sentence for a violent offense. Now, they're not all violent offenders, but almost 95% of them are. Now, these are also guys that are serving, a portion of them serving extended sentences. 28,000 are facing sentences of 20 years or more. That's 23%. And there are 3,300 that are serving a capital life sentence or a life without parole sentence. That's 2.7%. So you would think that with 75,000 violent offenders, this trip that they're serving a sentence for, 64% of the population, almost 2/3, 14% homicide, 62,000 G3 offenders, 59,000 of them violent. You would think that the rates of violence in TDCJ would be off the charts if violence is a function of just the person. Well, here's what's happening in terms of the violence. These are data from fiscal year 2022, Texas Department of Criminal Justice. In that year, in spite of this mix of people that are in Texas prisons, 99% of them didn't assault anybody in terms of serious assaults. So you did have inmate on staff assaults. There were about 6 of those per 10,000 inmates. The inmate on inmate serious assaults were more frequent. There are about 10 of those per 1,000 inmates. 99% don't commit serious assaults. Now, as we move, in spite of the level of violence that these individuals had in the community, the rate of inmate on inmate homicide in Texas prisons in 2022 was 5.7 per 100,000 inmates. About 6 of those for every 100,000 inmates. Now, how does that compare to the Texas open community? Well, the Texas open community, that's men, women, children, little babies, little old ladies, the rate was 6.6 per 100,000. In other words, in spite of these 2/3 of the offenders in Texas prisons serving a sentence for a violent felony, the rate of homicide in Texas prisons is lower than in the open community. Now, if we were to demographically match the prison population to the open community population, you know, males of a particular age and education level and that kind of thing, the rate of homicide in the open community in the United States is about 35 per 100,000. In other words, it's 7 times greater than the rate of homicide in TDCJ. So Texas prisons are not perfect in incapacitating inmates, but they are extremely effective. And this also then demonstrates how powerful context is in providing an incapacitation of offenders that showed a willingness to be violent in the open community.
So, Doctor, what's the next approach in violence risk assessment in terms of scientific reliability and validity?
So even less reliable and increasingly speculative is hypothetical inference. So that would be like, so Dr. Cunningham, I want you to assume that we have somebody who planned, however poorly, to kill a woman and a child that he was involved with, and then he lied about it and denied it, and there are these other things that he did. What do you think of somebody like that and his likelihood of being violent in prison? Now, so we've gotten a few points of light. It's like seeing animals in the stars. You take a few points of light and you draw the shape of some creature. Only you could really draw the shape of anything from those points of light. And so that approach, kind of appealing to an intuitive gut reaction, results in profound error in estimating risk.
So what is the least scientific and most error-inducing approach to violence risk assessment?
So the most error-inducing approach is anecdotal example. And so that would be like, Dr. Cunningham, you know, we've got this inmate, this capital inmate, Gonzalo Lopez, that effected an escape from a prison transport bus and murdered some individuals out here. And so we tell the story of this escape. The effect of that, the way the human mind works, is that when we're presented with a particularly lurid example, it just drives our fear and concern off the charts.
So
now, the problem, of course, is Gonzalo Lopez has nothing to do with Mr. Burgos-Aviles. And this is an extremely low base rate behavior. It's extraordinarily infrequent that an inmate, capital inmate escapes or someone escapes from a secure perimeter facility. It happens, but it's so rare that it makes national news when it does. So this also involves raising any possibility, however remote, to then drive up the fear analysis that's brought to bear.
Is there an analogy or an example you can use to illustrate raising that fear analysis?
Well, sure. So if you went down to your local airport and in the concourse they had posted these huge billboard photographs of crashed airliners from the last 50 years. In the interest of educating the flying public about what could happen when you get on an airplane. Well, of course, those photographs, those anecdotal examples would drive people's anxiety and fear through the roof. Now, the reality is that your drive to the airport is overwhelmingly and extraordinarily the most dangerous part of the trip. The casualty rate per passenger mile in a car is huge compared to passenger mile in an airliner. And so those photographs of those anecdotal examples would not serve to increase the accuracy of your judgments about flying. Instead, the way our brains work, it would scare you and perhaps you wouldn't even get on the plane and would drive instead, putting yourself at much, much greater risk as you went down the highway.
Dr. Cunningham, can we return to the factors you specified regarding Mr. Burgos-Aviles and his low likelihood of violence in prison?
Yes, sir.
What is the first factor supporting a conclusion that Mr. Burgos-Aviles is likely to adjust to prison without serious violence?
So the first factor is that he is age 34 at the outset of his life sentence. So his date of birth is April 19th, 1989. So he is 34 as he enters TDCJ.
And how is age related to misconduct and violence in prison?
So this is one of the most clearly established findings in penology or prison science. And that is that the age of the inmate is directly related to the likelihood of misconduct and violence of all severities inversely. In other words, the older you are, the less likely this is to occur.
Is there any data that supports this finding?
Oh, there's extensive data, and I'll illustrate just a few of these. So this is a study that I did with Adipole Kunliang and John Sorensen, where we looked at the relationship of age to prison violence. And on this chart, you see the age of the inmate across the bottom, and then you see on the right hand, on this left-hand scale, the rate of violence or the rate of misconduct and infractions of all sorts. Now, one of the things that we've done is we've had to collapse the data. That's what that legend means. When you see times 10, times 20, times 100. In other words, if this was to scale, the graph would be as tall as the ceiling because the likelihood of a disciplinary infraction of some sort is pretty high. Not unusual for an inmate to get a disciplinary infraction in a given year, while the likelihood of an assault with serious injuries is very low. But regardless of the severity, whether you're talking about a ticket for not making your bed or potential violence, all assaults, assaults with injuries, or assaults with serious injuries, the older the individual is, the less likely those misconducts are to occur. The dotted green line reflects where an inmate is at age 34, like this defendant. And so you can see, and of course, as a risk assessment scientist, what I'm most concerned with is that bottom line that goes across. That's the assaults with serious injuries. Those have almost disappeared by the time somebody is 34, and they're going to continue to decline across the lifespan as the person crosses into their 30s. I'm sorry, into their 40s.
Dr. Cunningham, is there other research you've conducted that indicates the relationship between inmate age at admission and the comparative likelihood of serious prison misconduct and violence?
There is. This is another study that we did looking at over 33,000 inmates, the same kind of scale where we've got the age of the inmate across the bottom, and then how often this is occurring, the infractions are occurring with the various lines, the different severities on the left. And the dotted blue line reflects where an inmate is who's age 34. And so again, you get a proportional sense of how the inmate who's 34 is less likely to be involved in more serious misconduct than those younger inmates, and how that likelihood continues to decline as the inmate ages. And again, with those serious violent acts being quite low, really for all the groups, but particularly so by the time you get out past 30.
So were these same age-related findings demonstrated in earlier research on state prison inmates?
They were. So this is a study that Hahn did. He based his doctoral dissertation on this. They're looking at a large sample of state prison inmates, same scale, the age of the offender across the bottom, the frequency of physically aggressive infractions on that left side axis, and you see the same curve, that the older the inmate is, the less likely those are to occur. And the dotted blue line reflects where an inmate is at age 34. So you get, again, some comparative or proportional understanding.
So is this same trend demonstrated with inmates who've been convicted of capital murder?
It is. It is. This is a study that Dr. Tom Reedy and Dr. John Sorensen and I did, where we looked at federal capital offenders who were sentenced to life without parole. They were either sentenced to life without parole instead of the death penalty by their capital juries, or after being death penalty charged, they were allowed to plead to life without parole. We then followed them in the Bureau of Prisons, in federal prisons, averaging about 6 years of follow-up on that sentence. Now, admittedly, that's not a lifetime. That's only 6 years. But one of our observations from our data sets is that if an inmate is going to be violent in prison, you tend to see that in the early years of their confinement. And the longer they go without violence, the more of a track record, a pattern they're establishing, the markedly less likely that is to ever occur. And so 6 years is a pretty good test of that time to failure. And again, you see, regardless of the frequency or the severity of the violence, you see how it decreases with age. The green dotted line reflecting where an inmate is who's age 34.
So looking at all these studies, Dr. Cunningham, how does Mr. Burgos-Aviles' age inform the risk of serious violence in prison?
Well, it says that this factor, as we would simply look at his age, and again, it's one of the most powerful factors that we would use in predicting that he is both unlikely to commit serious violence and disproportionately unlikely as compared to the inmates who are younger than he is.
And Dr. Cunningham, have you and your colleagues studied inmates who killed other inmates?
We have.
And
so a subsample that we did, that I did, this is a study with John Sorensen, Dr. John Sorensen, Dr. Mark Vegan, and S.O. Woods. S.O. Woods at one time, I think, was directing the classification in TDCJ. He's retired from TDCJ. Now, inmate homicides don't happen very often in prison. And so in order to get a set of 35 inmate homicides, we had to study an 8.5-year period of time to get an aggregate of enough to actually understand something. One of the things we looked at is how old were the inmates that were killing other inmates. And then we graph that. And you see the rate per 100,000 inmates and how that declines with age. Again, the green dotted line reflects where Mr. Burgos-Aviles will be at age 34 entering the prison system. By the time an inmate gets to age 50, there were no inmates over age 50 who killed anybody in prison during the 8.5-year period of this study. And of course, even those inmates that were 40 to 49, it's only 1.2 per 100,000. It was extraordinarily infrequent among them as well.
So, Dr. Cunningham, is the conclusion that Mr. Burgos-Aviles' age shows that he has a very low risk of violence in prison in the future?
That's correct.
Now, Dr. Cunningham, can we talk about the next factor supporting your conclusion that Mr. Burgos-Aviles is likely to adjust to a life term in TDCJ without serious violence?
So the next factor is making application of this past pattern approach to look at what his pattern of behavior has been in custody over 5 years, which is certainly time to have a well-established pattern. And in that period, that 5-year period, he's had one minor disciplinary infraction in 5 years. And that involved water bags being found in a cell search and confiscated. Inmates fill bags of water in order to work out. They use them as weights, grabbing onto the bag of water and doing curls or presses or that kind of thing to exercise. But that's contraband. They're not allowed to have that. And so this was not for anything related to violence, but rather that he had this workout material. And these were not just him. They were confiscated from other inmates on the unit as well.
And did you learn that from your review of the Webb County jail records?
I did. I read the disciplinary infraction about this, including that what was found and that this was found in other inmate cells as well.
And Dr. Cunningham, could you talk about your next factor supporting the conclusion that Mr. Burgos-Aviles is likely to adjust to a life term in TDCJ?
I can. The next factor is education.
And what is the significance of Mr. Burgos-Aviles having graduated from high school and having some college?
Well, this is based on research demonstrating that inmates who've earned a high school diploma or a GED have lower rates of violence in prison. Now, this was a finding that was this particular observation, and there are other studies that have observed this, but this was based on a study of a couple 100,000 inmates in federal prison, a study that Hare and Neil Langan conducted, Miles Hare and Neil Langan, that they observed this in that very large data set. My colleagues and I then examined this in a sample of state prison inmates. And this is a study we did in the Missouri Department of Corrections, looking at inmates that were housed together over a 11-year period of time, as I recall. And this particular prison system, the Potosi unit, is a level 5 facility in Missouri DOC. So inmates are not locked down alone in their cells, but this is a high security institution. This study is remarkable because it includes death sentence inmates as well as inmates that were death eligible and sentenced to life terms, and also other inmates whose offenses were serious enough that they were held at a level 5 facility. Now, the reason how this includes death sentenced inmates is that since 1991, the Missouri Department of Corrections has been mainstreaming their death sentenced inmates. Their experience, their institutional experience with these death sentenced inmates were that they didn't require all the security and confinement and restrictions that were being applied to them on death row, and spending those resources on those death sentence inmates was depriving the rest of the prison system from officers whose attention was better directed to other inmates. And also you're tying up solitary cells so they're not available to you to put the troublemakers in. So at the request of staff, they began an experiment of mainstreaming their death sentence inmates, where these inmates were celled with inmates that were non-death, on units that were non-death, out on the yard with other regular inmates, in contact visitation with other inmates and their families. They treated them just like any other inmate they had in custody. They determined the security level based on the inmate's misconduct in prison, not on whether he was under a sentence of death or not. So this was an opportunity to examine those offenders and whether they to gather specific follow-up on whether those death sentence inmates were more violent in prison or not. And I'll talk about that here in a few minutes, but that's the sample we're talking about. So this is deep into the pool, serious inmates, capital inmates. The table that you're looking at is a logistic regression model. It's this fancy statistical technique. The important number is all the way over on that right-hand column that's labeled EXPB, exponent B. And those are odds ratios. So if an inmate had 12 or more years of education, holding all other factors constant, he was half as likely to be involved in assaultive misconduct as the other inmates he's side by side with in the same facility over an 11-year period of time.
So, Doctor, you're a native Texan. I understand this data is from Missouri. Is that appropriate to use Missouri data to extrapolate to Texas?
Good question. Good question. So in science, one of the issues that we examine is whether findings generalize to other settings, to other individuals. One of the ways that you do that is by doing very large-scale research, as in this case involving thousands of inmates. You also then gather information from other prison systems around the country to see whether your predictive factors hold true in Arizona, in Florida, in Oregon, in Texas. And what we find is that they do, that the same results are replicated in correctional jurisdictions around the country. Now, it makes sense. We would expect they would be replicated because as I am in prison systems around the United States, I'm always impressed with how similar they are. The architecture of the prisons is similar. Often they're built by the same prison companies. Their security measures, the mix of inmates that are in prison is the same. Their disciplinary policies, the way that they treat infractions, that they belong to the same corrections associations. They're accredited by the same organizations. There's tremendous similarities in the operations of state prison systems nationwide. And in those numbers I talked about, like 16% of inmates in Texas prisons have been convicted of a homicide. Nationwide, that's about 12 to 14%, very similar. In all prison systems, state prisons, over half of the inmates are serving time for a current violent felony. So the mix of who's in prisons is also remarkably consistent from state to state.
And Doctor, what is the next factor supporting your conclusion that Mr. Burgos-Aviles will likely adjust to a life term in TDCJ?
So the next one is his employment history with the military and the Border Patrol. You know, he was in the Navy, did, I think, initial training in the Navy, and then was in the Navy Reserves for a number of years. He has 9 years of employment history with the Border Patrol. Both of those are not only the continuity and stability of that employment, but also as it involves some additional degree of regimentation, authority, that sort of thing, it requires an additional quality of compliance and ability to get along in a highly structured setting. So it has some additional predictive effect from that as well.
So is there a significance of community employment in forecasting prison adjustment?
There is. And this is something that a prison researcher by the name of Quay wrote about 40 years ago and continues to be true today. And that's the observation that inmates who had histories of being gainfully employed in the community, who occupied themselves industriously in the community, as that's a pattern in their life, when they come to prison, they seek to continue to productively and industriously engage. And so these are the inmates that are involved in prison industries and are doing the maintenance in the prisons and working in the kitchen and the laundry, that they are motivated to keep busy and to be industrious, and they tend to promote greater stability and have lower rates of misconduct.
Are there additional inferences that we can gain from Mr. Burgos-Aviles' service in the Navy and the Border Patrol?
I think there are. As I described, I think that demonstrated capability to be adjusted and succeed in a more structured, regimented, authority-based system predicts well for one's ability to do that in prison as well.
And I remember you're a naval veteran as well. Is that correct, sir?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, what is the next factor that supports your conclusion that Mr. Burgos-Aviles will likely adjust to a life term in TDCJ?
So the next factor is continued contact with community members.
And what is the role that continued contact with community members in its relationship to prison adjustment?
This is based on the observation that inmates who are in contact with community members and by telephone, by letter, particularly by visitation, that those inmates have lower rates of violence in prison and misconduct in prison. Probably several reasons for that. Part of it is that there is an incentive that they want to maintain. They're compliant because they want to keep their phone privileges or their visitation privileges. As they have contact with those community members, it keeps them anchored to community values. They don't want the disappointment of getting in trouble, losing their visitation, and now their loved ones have the pains of that as they can't come to see them and are cut off from them. So, and I think it also contributes to inmate mental health and adjustment as well. So for all of those reasons, inmates who are in contact with community members do somewhat better in prison.
And specifically in regards to Mr. Burgos-Aviles, what have you learned about his contact with community members?
Well, he has telephone contact. These are approximately with his father daily, his grandmother daily, and his uncle, spouse, and mother occasionally. And he has periodic visitation with his spouse, his father, his mother, a paternal uncle, a paternal aunt, paternal grandmother, and paternal step-grandfather. And
what is the you discussed this briefly, but what is the significance of contact with community members in forecasting prison adjustment?
That as you have this sort of contact, it promotes better inmate adjustment, reduces the incidence of misconduct and violence.
And is there data to support this conclusion?
There is, and I'll simply present one of those studies. There's a study of 2,000 state prison inmates, and they found that disciplinary infractions were infrequent. They had a low base rate, whether the inmate was visited or not. Any visitation reduced the likelihood of misconduct. The inmates that were not visited had 50% more misconducts than those who were consistently visited. And none of the consistently visited inmates were in the high misconduct group. So it illustrates this kind of protective effect that visitation can have.
And Dr. Cunningham, what is the next factor supporting your conclusion that Mr. Burgos-Aviles will likely adjust to a life term in TDCJ?
The next factor is that he has been convicted of capital murder.
Well, that seems the opposite of what we would expect. But so could you explain what that means and what you have studied about prison behavior of capital offenders?
Well, certainly. This was a finding that surprised me when I began to do research about capital inmates and their behavior in prison, but has been redundantly replicated in study after study that we and others have done. And this illustrates the importance in doing risk assessment of not relying on intuitive expectations, but rather relying on science. So for example, if I'm going to rely on my intuition and common sense, when I look out the window, I would tell you that the world is flat. Quite obviously, I'm looking at it, it's flat. Now, that's an intuitive assumption about the earth that to demonstrate that that's not the case actually gets into some science and some math. And so you've got kind of intuition on one side and then scientific data on the other. And so very important as a psychologist is undertaking a violence risk assessment to rely on science and not on intuition. And so let me describe some of that science to you. This is a study that we did on those federal capital inmates that were sentenced to life without parole instead of death, either by their juries or were allowed to plead after being death penalty charged. And these are the guys that we followed for about 6 years. Now, about 20% of them, 1 in 5, were involved in at least a fist fight during those 6 years. The incidence of serious assaults was about 1 in 11. Now, a serious assault is one that has the potential of resulting in more than first aid injury, as the feds define that. Now, look what happens, though, as the severity of the violence increases. Assaults with moderate injuries, that was less than 1% across a 6-year period of time. Now, a moderate injury is one that would send somebody to the hospital. In this group, across 6 years, there were no assaults with major injuries, 0. Capital sentence inmates in U.S. penitentiaries, out on the yard, interacting with other inmates, 0 assaults that sent somebody to the hospital with a life-threatening injury, 0 homicides, 0 serious staff assaults. Now, we examined then their likelihood of being involved in violence as compared to the 18,000 U.S. penitentiary inmates they were side by side with, and found that being convicted of a capital murder did not increase their risk across any of these metrics.
So, Doctor, this isn't on my script, but I want to show I'm paying attention. Would that earlier Missouri example that you gave where they put death row inmates into the general population, would that also support this data conclusion?
That would, and let me skip ahead to that. Actually, we're going to get to that. Okay. But let me just say yes. The capital offenders in that Missouri group that are mainstreamed and are side by side with the ones sentenced to life and other inmates in that prison system, they're not segregated on death row. The life without the death row, the death sentenced inmates look just like the guys that are serving life without parole. Those two groups were half as likely to be involved in serious misconduct as the parole-eligible inmates they were side by side with in the same facility over the same 11 years.
I apologize, Doctor. I'll stick to the script. Is this, Judge, is this a good time to take a break? My computer is about, I just got a low battery note, so I can get the plug and continue. I just didn't know what the court wanted.
I know that we you got a long way to go, it looks like, you're on page 50. And I do know, however, that you did tell me that Dr. Cunningham needed to take a break, so, I'll allow Dr. Cunningham, the witness, to take a break so that, and while that, time occurs, you can, take advantage of that and perhaps plug in your computer in the many outlets available throughout the courtroom. Okay,
Thank you, Your Honor.
so let's do that. I'm gonna take it down, your camera. Okay, thank you. And we'll be right back. I'm gonna try not to get off of here, so we'll see what happens. Go ahead.
Please rise for the jury.
Thank you all. Please have a seat. And I believe Dr. Cunningham has his mic on and is ready to go. You may proceed.
Dr. Cunningham, I believe we left off at slide 54. You were describing the study, which is pictured. Could you describe the findings?
Yeah, the primary takeaway from this group of life sentence capital offenders is that there was just virtually no incident, less than 1% of an assault that sent somebody to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries, and nothing more severe of that, and no serious assaults on staff. So that's in spite of the gravity of the offenses that sent them to prison, this was what they looked like when they got to prison.
So, Dr. Cunningham, have you and your colleagues conducted other research examining the prison records of capital offenders with long tenures in prison?
We have. So this is a study that looked at aggravated murderers convicted in Oregon, and they are averaging having served 15 years in prison. This included both inmates that were sentenced to life as well as inmates among those aggravated murderers who were sentenced to death. From a risk assessment standpoint, the greatest concern is with injuries that would send somebody to the hospital, whether serious or severe meaning life-threatening or fatal. And among this group in 15 years, 1% of them committed an assault resulting in inpatient serious injury. That means 99% did not. None of them assaulted somebody that sent them to the hospital with a life-threatening injury. There was one fatal attack in the group.
And Doctor, have you or your colleagues studied even another state prison behavior of convicted capital murders?
We have. This was looking at inmates in Arizona who'd been sentenced to death, then got relief from that sentence, and end up in the general prison population. Now, we focused in this instance on those that had gotten relief from their sentences so that they're not locked down on a death row unit that would further inhibit or hold them at a higher level of security, instead where they were interacting and in the general prison population. And among these inmates, the rates of, or the prevalence rates of assaults involve a minority. 16% committed a serious assault, 3.8% an assault with great bodily injury, and there were 2 murders that were in this group of 80 former death sentenced inmates.
And do you have the Arizona Department of Corrections disciplinary infraction codes?
I do, so if there were any questions about exactly what was involved in those are reflected on slide 57.
Now, Dr. Cunningham, have you or your colleagues conducted research on violence among other capital defenders who are sentenced to life terms?
We have. So this is a study of 111 Texas offenders who were initially sentenced to death. And they were sentenced to death under the current sentencing scheme, which includes that their juries answered yes to the question whether there's a probability the defendant would commit criminal acts of violence that would constitute a continuing threat to society. They answered yes to that special issue. This 111 offenders were sentenced to death. They then got relief from those death sentences because of errors that had happened in their sentencing proceedings. They had averaged almost 10 years on death row and about 8.5 years in the broader prison population. So lots of opportunity to be violent. These are guys that had been in prison for an average of about 18 years. So if they were going to be violent, lots of opportunity to exhibit that.
And what were your findings?
Again, we've got the array of misconduct from least serious to most serious. And as you can see in terms of other inmates, about 40%, about 4 out of 10 were involved in at least a mutual fist fight. And 3.6% were involved in an assault against a staff member that resulted in more than first aid injury. As we look at the totals for this, including both assaults against officers and other inmates, that involved a total of 48% of the inmates. Just less than half of them were involved in an assault or fight of some kind. But only 1 in 11, only 8%, in an assault that resulted in more than first aid injury. None of them perpetrated a major or life-threatening injury assault, something that sent somebody to the hospital with major injuries, life-threatening injuries. None of them killed anybody else during those 18 years averaging in prison. And so even among capital offenders who had been predicted to be violent by their capital juries, when they got to prison, you only have 8% of them across 18 years, about 1 in 12, who committed even a serious injury assault, and nothing that was life-threatening.
So, Dr. Cunningham, did you do research in Florida as well as Texas?
We did, this time looking at whether having been convicted of first-degree murder was predictive of violence in prison, or whether these offenders were more at risk. And in this study, we looked at 5,000 inmates who'd been convicted of first-degree murder. We looked at the whole prison population, all 51,000, and among those were 11,000 who were convicted of property offenses. So that's the offense of conviction, that's the first column. Now the next column is total disciplinary infractions for anything. And so in the year that we were studying them, about 1 in 3, 35% got a disciplinary ticket for something among the first-degree murderers. But see, that's about 20% less than the general inmates are getting, and is well below that of the property offenders. So the first takeaway is, while they get disciplinary tickets, the murderers do, they don't get them as often as the other inmates. When we look at potentially violent misconduct that includes any assault and weapons contraband and that sort of thing, again, the first-degree murderers are about 20% better than the other inmates. Once we get out to assaults with injuries, or assaults with serious injuries, they look just like the other guys they're in prison with. So that conviction for first-degree murder was not associated with greater misconduct or greater violence. The other thing that you see in this is, notice how as the severity increases, its likelihood dramatically decreases. So about 1 in 3 get a disciplinary ticket for something in a given year, if we're talking about our murderers. But only 1 in 500 are involved in an assault with serious injury.
And doctor, are these published findings?
They are. So these findings were published in a leading criminology journal, Crime and Delinquency.
Now, Dr. Cunningham, I believe you referenced that the more serious the prison violence, the less likely is to occur. Do the findings of this study illustrate that conclusion?
They do. In all of the groups, including the first-degree murderers, you'll notice that as the severity of the misconduct increases, its incident dramatically decreases. That's why it's important in doing a violence risk assessment to specify the severity of violence that you're concerned with. And so we publish these data, breaking it out along these severity lines to best inform other corrections researchers and folks involved in public policy about what sorts of assaults are happening in prison and how often they occur.
And does other research confirm this counterintuitive finding that homicide offenders are not more violent in prison?
There is. This is a study that compared homicide offenders, those are the yellow bars, with property offenders, those are the deep purple, assault offenders, they're the medium purple, and robbery, those convicted of robbery, in the light purple. And whether you're talking about serious violations or assaultive violations or serious assaultive violations, the homicide offenders are not disproportionately represented. And in some categories, have both in the serious violations and assaultive violations generally have a lower incidence of that.
Dr. Cunningham, could you describe your next factor supporting the conclusion that Mr. Burgos-Aviles is likely to adjust to a life term in TDCJ?
So the next factor is that he will be serving a life sentence, if not sentenced to death.
And describe the findings that support that conclusion, that inmates serving a life without parole sentence are likely to have a nonviolent adjustment to prison.
So this is that study that we did on the Potosi unit in Missouri, where we looked at 2,600 inmates in this high security prison, and over an 11-year period of time examined how inmates sentenced to life without parole compared to the parole eligible inmates they were side by side with. And we found that holding other factors constant, those serving life without parole were about half as likely to be involved in assaultive misconduct as the parole eligible inmates they were side by side with. In other words, the incentive of parole someday doesn't seem to be driving how inmates behave in prison.
So, Doctor, did you and your colleagues conduct any follow-up research with this sample?
We did. So we then looked at this group again on the Potosi unit and our mainstream death sentenced inmates and life without parole inmates, this time looking at them over a 25-year period of time instead of an 11-year period of time. And in this one, we found that the mainstream death sentenced inmates and the life without parole inmates were about the same as the other inmates. They all had a lower level of violence, and identified that part of what had changed in terms of that earlier study is in the earlier study, some of the inmates that were sentenced, that were serving assigned to the Potosi unit, got there by getting in trouble in prison. And so by their misconduct, they had ratcheted up their security level to the Potosi unit. Now they're bad actors, they're on the Potosi unit. When those offenders who were getting in trouble a lot were spread through the other units at that security level, now the overall incidence of violence in the facility dropped, and what sentence somebody was serving didn't make any difference.
So, Doctor, is there data that would persuade us that this finding about life without parole inmates have good prison adjustments sound?
There is. So we replicated this. This is in Missouri. And so then we looked at another sample in this time in Florida. And we looked at 9,000 long-term inmates. We looked at about 1,900 that were serving life without parole, almost 2,000 that were going to be serving 30 years or more, and 5,000 that were serving sentences of 10 to 29 years. So we got 9,000 inmates in total. As we look at those LWOP, those inmates sentenced to life without parole, across the 6-year period of time of this study, less than 0.5%, only 1 in 200, committed a serious injury assault out of those life without parole inmates. This study demonstrated that inmates serving 30+ years in prison or even life without parole were not a disproportionate risk of prison violence.
So, Doctor, let me ask you, I mean, that seems to be counter to what we would expect, because most people say someone who's doing life without parole have nothing left to lose. Is there an explanation as to this counterintuitive finding?
There is. And it also illustrates kind of the fallacy of trying to apply your common sense to this. Common sense would say, okay, so if you're already serving life without parole, what are they going to do to this guy? He'll be unmanageable in prison. He has nothing to lose. Now, when we actually look at life without parole inmates, though, study their disciplinary records and also interview them, what we discover is that the life without parole inmates have more to lose rather than less to lose, or nothing to lose. And here's what I mean by that. So if you're in prison and you're only serving 3 or 4 years, and they lock you down in your cell, they take away your commissary, then okay, that's fine, I'll endure that hardship. But if this is where you're going to be for the rest of your life, now those small incentives, the ability to purchase a can of beans and a package of potato chips when you're eating institutional food day in and day out for decades, that becomes a very important privilege. You can be a bad actor and spend the next 30 years in a walk-in closet, or you can comply and go along with the program and stay out of trouble and come out and have a job to do and have some sense of industriousness and help the time pass and interact with other inmates. And so the longer somebody's going to be in prison, the more important those small incentives become. They're particularly motivated not to make this experience any more horrible on themselves than it has to be.
And this helps to explain why life-sentenced inmates actually make better prisoners?
That's correct.
Now, do you have a model that would help explain why offenders who are at such risk for violence in the community have low rates of serious violence in prison?
I do. So, the factors that were involved in somebody being violent in the open community, we can essentially think about those as being like weights on a scale. And what happens in prison is whatever the risk factors were that led to this violence in prison, they are substantially counterbalanced and incapacitated by security and structure and staff and confinement and immediate application of consequences in terms of breaking a rule and then having your privileges taken away. And so that security, structure, staff, confinement, consequences, those counterbalance the risk factors that were resulting in these individuals being violent in the community.
Could you please summarize these base rate findings regarding prison violence?
So first, capital inmates have very low rates of violence when they're in the general prison population. The rates of serious violence among capital inmates are extremely low. The more severe the projected violence, the increasingly remote its occurrence is actually going to be. The seriousness of the offense that sent the person to prison does not predict prison violence. And the older the inmate, and this really begins across their 30s, the lower the rate of disciplinary misconduct and violence. And so as we project, Mr. Burgos-Aviles, it isn't, there's a lower rate just by virtue of being 34, and then across the next decades, that risk will fall further.
So relative to these group rates, what factors would we use to individualize these numbers to Mr. Burgos-Aviles?
So relative to the group rates, I found no factors in this case that would serve to raise him above those low base rates. There are a number of factors, though, that serve to reduce his risk.
What do you mean by relative to base rates?
So that's what I was describing earlier. So let's say the base rate for serious violence is 7-8%. And we have a factor that increased the risk by 30%. Well, that wouldn't mean he's more likely than not, even if it were present, because 30% means that the risk is now 11%. Even if we had a factor that doubled the risk, we'd go from 8% to 16%. That means 84% still would not, even with that risk factor. So as you apply a risk factor, it means that you keep that anchored to that group rate. the more you stray from the base rate, the more likely you are to be in error. So unless you have very compelling, research-grounded reasons to stray from the base rate, as you do so, it's speculative and you're moving toward error.
Well, could you help us understand what factors would increase his risk as compared to the group rates you've described?
Sure. So if he were 20 years old, that would be a significant factor raising his risk relative to the group rates. If he were a member of a prison gang, depending on the study, if there were a robbery or burglary associated with the capital offense. If he had a history, very significantly, if he had a history of recurrent violence in custody, that would be a major factor to raise his risk relative to the group rates.
And what factors would reduce his risk compared to the low base rate of violence among capital offenders?
Well, those that I've identified, age 34, one minor disciplinary infraction in 5 years, this history of disciplinary compliance and nonviolence, education, military and border patrol employment, continued contact with community, those would all reduce his risk. I mean, even correctional appraisal, even as Mr. Fitzpatrick talked about him being at G3 and that they wouldn't send him to administrative segregation. That's its own judgment that in full knowledge of the offense that he's committed and his history, that he would not go to administrative segregation. So that's its own statement that upon taking custody of him, they don't regard him as a disproportionate risk of violence.
And do you integrate all these factors into your professional judgment and experience?
I do.
So, Doctor, what's the next factor supporting your conclusion that Mr. Burgos-Aviles is likely to adjust to a life term in TDCJ?
So the next factor are actuarial comparisons. That's like our 16-year-old male unmarried driver, of grouping characteristics about him and then looking at what impact that has on the frequency of prison violence.
So, Doctor, what are the statistical approaches that could also be applied in integrating factors specific to Mr. Burgos-Aviles?
So the first thing that we could do is look at him in comparison to all inmates. So he's going to be an inmate in prison. How does he compare the characteristics about him to everybody else who's an inmate in prison? So that's the first set of comparisons. So there's an actuarial model that we can apply that is based on 13,000 offenders admitted to the Florida prison system, and we are then reviewing their disciplinary infractions the next year. And based on risk characteristics about him, he would fall into the lowest 8% of risk. In other words, 92% of those incoming inmates are more likely to be involved in prison violence than he is. He's in the lowest 8% of risk. In his risk group at 8%, there was a 3.8 incidence of potentially violent misconduct. So about 4%, or about one guy in 25.
And the actuarial model is the same model that's used by insurance companies?
That's correct. They're doing the same thing. They're identifying risk-relevant characteristics, studying their group of individuals like that, like 16-year-old male unmarried drivers, and identifying the risk by integrating those features.
And Dr. Cunningham, in addition to the actuarial model based on all inmates, do you have data that takes specific features of Mr. Burgos-Aviles and examines how inmates with those features compare to other inmates?
I do. So, for example, we can take this all inmates and compare it to matched murderers in prison. So this is a sample that is based on 20,000 inmates who serve time between 1 and 12 years. And our match group, the group that we're matching to Mr. Burgos-Aviles, are murderers who are age 33 or older with no prior arrest record. So those are the risk-relevant features that we're going to use. So how do those guys, how do murderers age 33 or older with no prior arrest record, there were 75 of those, how do they compare to the other 20,000 guys they're in prison with? And here's what they look like. Now, in these bar graphs, the red bars, of course, don't represent Mr. Burgos-Aviles. He wasn't a part of this study. But they represent the inmates, the matched group of murderers, and how they compare. And so the blue bars reflect all inmates in terms of level 1 violations. The red bar on the left reflects this matched group. And the same thing as we move next to the assaults, that the blue bar is the frequency that this is happening among all inmates as compared to those that match characteristics of this defendant. So you can see there is a disproportionate less likelihood.
Dr. Cunningham, could you define what a level 1 violation means?
I can. So a level 1 violation is a physical injury to staff, tossing bodily fluid, a serious injury to an inmate, injury by a weapon, a threat against the institution, refusal to halt an attack, having sex while HIV positive. Those are all level 1 infractions.
What does assault violations mean?
So that's any assault that is from level 1 to 4, and I'd have to turn to another source to give you more information. That's the full range of assaults.
Well, in this data, what does serious violent acts mean?
So serious violent acts are a hostage, a sexual assault, a physical injury to staff, serious injury to an inmate, or injury by weapon.
Now, Doctor, what is the next group of actuarial models and comparisons that can be applied to Mr. Burgos-Aviles?
The next would be to compare inmates on high security units. In other words, he will go to a higher security unit. So rather than looking at everybody coming into prison, let's do comparisons between inmates matching his characteristics and other inmates on high security units, like where he'll be.
And what are the results of that modeling?
So the first group that we can look at are 24,000 inmates that are classified in high security or close custody. Now, they aren't locked down in their cells all the time. They're coming out on the units and yards, so they're double-celled and that kind of thing. They're just in secure perimeter facilities. It's called close custody. And the match group that we're going to compare to all of these guys on close custody are those convicted of first-degree murder, sentenced to life without possibility of parole, who are age 31 or older, who are not affiliated with a prison gang, who have an above-average educational equivalency test. The test is at a 9th grade or above level. Of course, having a high school diploma in some college would also reflect this, and having no prior prison sentence. So those are the risk-relevant characteristics that we're able to extract from this group to compare with everybody else who's in high security.
And how does Mr. Burgos-Aviles compare?
So the inmates sharing his characteristics are those that are in the violet color. So the base rate is the rate among the total of the 24,000. The violet is the incidence among those inmates matching his characteristics, and there were 169 of those. And so whether we're talking about potential violence or assaults, the inmates, these matched murderers, have a lower rate. And then when we get out to looking at injurious assaults, those did not occur at all among these match murderers, as compared, and you see they're infrequent among that population in high security, but they are occurring.
And do you have another comparison that can be applied to Mr. Burgos-Aviles?
I do. So this time we're looking at just over 18,000 inmates that are confined in maximum security prisons, like where G3 inmates are held. And our comparison group is looking at inmates convicted of murder, serving life without parole, who are age 31 or older at intake, and are educationally prepared, meaning they have a GED, a high school diploma, or more. So that's our comparison group of offenders sharing characteristics with this defendant.
And how do inmates with risk features in common with Mr. Burgos-Aviles compare to other inmates who they are side by side with?
So those matching his characteristics are in purple, and those that are the maximum security inmates who they're side by side with are in this kind of Nile green color. And so whether we're talking about potential violence or minor assaults or major assaults, you can see that those sharing the risk characteristics with Mr. Burgos-Aviles only have a fraction of the rate of the inmates they're side by side with. And are also particularly unlikely. So under major assaults, that rate is 5.4 per 1,000 inmates per year.
And
so that's 5 per 1,000. It's 1/9 the rate, 1/8, 1/9 the rate of the inmates they're side by side with.
And Doctor, is this data based on the Missouri experiment that you discussed earlier, where they mainstreamed the death row inmates?
This one is not out of, well, it's not precisely the study that we were talking about before, but it's related to it. This is the follow-up study based on the 25 years. It's not the initial one.
Well, Doctor, how many murders or manslaughters, attempted murders or hostage restraints or forcible sexual assaults occurred during those 25 years?
Actually, that's this is 18,000. That's actually looking at this next study.
Okay.
This one is based on the Missouri data that I had described earlier. This is the 25-year follow-up of that Missouri data.
I'm not good on script. I apologize.
No worries.
Could you describe the comparison that you're showing now, sir?
Certainly. So among these, so we looked at almost 3,800 male inmates in this maximum security prison in the Potosi Correctional Center. And among those, we have 196 that are match comparisons. And those are inmates that were convicted of murder. They're serving life without parole. They're age 33 or older when they come into prison, and they don't have any prior criminal convictions. And the average follow-up for this comparison is 5.7 years, 5.5 years. And then here's how they did. The inmates in general, among these 3,800 inmates, those are this Nile green, and those matching the characteristics of this defendant are in the purple. And again, whether we're talking about potential violence or minor assaults or major assaults, those sharing these match characteristics with this defendant have lower rates than the inmates that they are side by side with in the same facility over the same decades.
And now I'm going to ask you, during the course of this 25-year experience with mainstreaming, how many with capital punishment inmates how many murders, manslaughters, attempted murders, hostage restraints, or forcible sexual assaults?
So in 25 years, there were 0 among that group. Didn't happen.
And then, Doctor, what's the next set of actuarial models and comparisons that can be applied to Mr. Burgos-Aviles?
The next are comparisons with capital murderers serving life without parole.
And please describe the first actuarial model that can be applied to Mr. Burgos-Aviles.
So the first one is follow-up on 136 Texas capital murderers. We're defining violence as dangerous rule violations. And the predictors are various personal characteristics, criminal history, and offense-related variables that emerged out of the actuarial model.
And what predictive factors were specified in the logistical regression analysis for this actuarial model, which could be applied to Mr. Burgos-Aviles?
So what emerged as predictive factors from this group of 136 offenders was either age less than 21, age 21 through 35, or age greater than 35. Whether they had had a prior prison commitment, and whether there was a contemporaneous robbery or burglary in the capital offense. So again, we took our logistic regression table and we created what's called a Burgos scale, which is a simplified risk rating, averaging scale, where you get points for greater risk and you subtract points for factors that are associated with lesser risk. So in this, there's one neutral factor, which is an age greater than 35. The other factors are risk elevating features.
And what is the basis for this weighting factor that you're showing us?
So the basis of this is the underlying logistic regression analysis. And research demonstrates that you can take those very specific decimal point related weightings, turn them into a simpler numerical model, what's called a Burgos scale of simple adding numbers, that performs equivalent with a much more complicated formula of integrating those various odds ratios from the logistic regression analysis.
And what does this study tell us about Mr. Burgos-Aviles' likelihood of continued acts of violence in prison?
Well, he would trigger the age 21 through 35, which would add 1 point. So his total risk points are +1. So then we look at the outcomes of the offenders in those groups. So we had 3 levels of risk. We had level 1 if you had 0 to 1 point, level 2 if you had 2 points, and level 3 if you had 3 points. And you can see that as those risk points increase, so does the incidence of misconduct. So among those that are in his risk group, as we move out here to assaults and assaults with serious injuries, of those 136, none of them committed assaultive violations, none of them committed assaults with serious injuries. 10% of them engaged in potentially violent misconduct. That may have been a threat or something that was construed as a weapon, but no assaults with serious injuries.
Is there another comparison which could assist us in confirming your assessment of the level of violence posed by Mr. Burgos-Aviles compared to other capital inmates sentenced to life?
There is. This is another study out of Texas looking at almost 2,000 capital murderers and drawn from a more recent data set in fiscal year 2008. And the matched comparison group are 339 inmates, a larger comparison group as well. And those comparisons are with male inmates 31 and older, convicted of capital murder, with an above average educational equivalency of above 9th grade, no confirmed security threat group affiliation. Security threat group is a fancy word for prison gangs, and no prior prison sentence. So that's our match comparison group of 339 as compared to the other capital murderers. And here's what they look like. So the blue bars reflect the rates of this violence or potential violence among the almost 2,000 capital inmates in general. And the red bars represent those inmates with characteristics matching Mr. Burgos-Aviles. And again, we're looking at three gradations: potential violence, assaultive infractions, and injurious assaults. And not only is the frequency of these very low, but those matching the characteristics that he has are disproportionately less likely.
Now, I feel like we're piling on, but are there other studies that support these assertions?
There are. This time we're going to look at disciplinary infractions among a group of federal life without parole inmates. And in this instance, we're going to compare them, the life without parole inmates, to those in U.S. penitentiaries, and compare the rates of those. And those life without parole inmates are actually not much different than the inmates they're side by side with. Their rates of assault with moderate injuries are lower numerically in terms of the annual rate, but it's not statistically significant. So life without parole was not associated with a nothing to lose kind of behavior. And the frequency rates in U.S. penitentiaries, high security, and among these offenders, once we get up to assaults with moderate injuries or above, is very unusual, very rare.
So, Doctor, did you look at a subgroup that matches a feature of Mr. Burgos-Aviles?
We did.
And
so this is only those who are over age 33 at entrance to prison. That was the only matching feature that we could draw.
And how did those over the age of 33 at entrance into prison compare to other life without parole inmates they are side by side with in the same prisons?
So that light blue-green is the base rate among these other guys they're in prison with. The purple is the rate per 1,000 inmates of these different severities of violence. And again, those who are 33 or older sharing that characteristic are much less likely to be involved in violent misconduct, however you define it.
And Doctor, what's the next set of actuarial models and comparisons that can be applied to Mr. Burgos-Aviles?
Well, the next group that we could look at are capital murderers who were sentenced to death and then granted relief.
What's the relevance of this sample to Mr. Burgos-Aviles?
Because this is the deep end of the capital inmate pool. These are inmates that were not only capitally charged, but they were sentenced to death. And not only were they sentenced to death, they were predicted to be seriously violent in the future. And so this is the deep end. So how does he compare to this deeper end of the capital offender pool?
Could you describe the actuarial model for this group?
I can. So in our first one, this is a sample of 80 inmates, former death row inmates, and that then got relief and are followed in the general prison population for an average of 13 years. And the predictors are age, time served, and prior behavior. And so our Burgos scale looks like this. Those were the risk variables that emerged out of the logistic regression analysis. And the features that will apply to him are in the green bars, that he is age 25 through 45, and he will be serving more than 5 years.
And Doctor, you called it the Burgos scale. It's not the Burgos scale, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Burgos, B-U-R-G-E-S-S.
Okay. I think you speak Spanish like I do.
I think that, and that's not at all. I apologize.
Doctor, what does this study tell us about Mr. Burgos-Aviles' likelihood of continued acts of violence in prison?
Well, as we would apply this actuarial model to him, he would be in the level 1 group, and their rate of any assaultive violations was 18 per 1,000. The incidence of assaults with serious injuries is 11.4 per 1,000. And you can see how much less likely the offenders, the capital offenders, are at his risk level as compared with the other inmates they're side by side with, the other capital offenders in Arizona prisons.
And have you and your research colleagues published any other actuarial models for assessing violence risk of capital defendants?
We have, and I need to amend my prior testimony. So this particular group was not assessed on the special issue. They were sentenced to death and got relief. So in terms of being sentenced to death, they're the deep end of the pool. But Arizona does not have the special issue. I had not anticipated what slide was next. So this is Arizona, sentenced to death, but doesn't involve the special issue. The Texas study that we did is both sentenced to death and sentenced to death under the special issue. And this involves, I've talked about this study earlier, 110 capital offenders who are averaging about 18 years in prison.
And what are Mr. Burgos-Aviles' risk factors according to this study?
So again, making application of the logistic regression analysis that emerged out of this to create a Burgos scale, his age being greater than 31 subtracts risk. His having normal or high intellectual functioning subtracts a point. The fact that there were multiple victims doesn't add or subtract. It's irrelevant to the risk among these offenders.
So what is I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
What does this study tell us about Mr. Burgos-Aviles' likelihood of continued acts of violence in prison that would constitute a continuing threat to society?
That it is both unlikely and also that he is disproportionately unlikely as compared to other capital offenders in Texas prisons to commit violence. So he's at level 1, he's in the lowest risk group. In that group, about 1 in 3 were involved in an assaultive violation, at least a mutual fist fight. But very importantly for our proportionality analysis, there were no assaults with serious injuries in that level 1 group of capital offenders across 18 years in prison. 0.
So do I understand you correctly that both of your actuarial models for capital murders relieved of a death sentence place Mr. Burgos-Aviles in the lowest of the 3 risk categories, with none of those offenders in those categories perpetuating serious violence in prison?
That's correct.
Now, Dr. Cunningham, some people might object that your comparisons don't address offenders who murdered multiple victims in a domestic homicide context like Mr. Burgos-Aviles is convicted. Could you address that specific comparison?
And so we can also examine offenders killing multiple victims in a domestic homicide. So we're going to look again at these capital offenders who got relief from their death sentences in Texas. Remember, sentenced to death, got relief. Now, of those offenders, 1 in 3 had multiple victims. Having multiple victims was not associated with an increased risk of prison violence. So a substantial portion of this pool had multiple victims. That was not a predictive factor, having killed more than 1 person.
So, Dr. Cunningham, have you done other research which demonstrates that multiple victims factor is not predictive of prison violence?
I have. So this is a sample looking at 145 male life without parole inmates and extracting from that the group of murderers with multiple victims. And here's what they look like. So across these columns, you have single victim homicides across the top, what the disciplinary infraction was, then single victim homicides, multiple victim homicides, and whether there was a statistically significant difference between them. And what emerges is that while the numbers for those with the multiple homicides look lower across all categories, they're not statistically significantly lower. So the takeaway from this is whether killing more than one person is not associated with a greater incidence of prison misconduct, regardless of the severity we're examining.
So, Doctor, do you have data that compares homicide offenders killing multiple victims in a domestic context?
I do. So this is a sample of almost 14,000 TDCJ inmates. This is in Texas, convicted of homicide. And we're looking at them in June of 2012. Now, they have served anywhere from a third of a year to 33 years. The mean time they've served is 8 years. Our match comparison group that we've taken out of this larger body of 14,000 inmates convicted of homicide are inmates convicted of killing multiple victims during a domestic encounter. And here's how they compare. The blue bars are the general homicide offenders. The red bars are the intimate partner homicides with multiple victims. And again, whether you're talking about level 1 or assaultive or injurious assaults, those with multiple victims are not disproportionately represented. Now, in two categories, level 1 and assaultive, they only have a fraction of the rate of the other homicide offenders. The injurious assaults are extremely infrequent for both groups, and now they're the same as the other homicide offenders they're side by side with.
Now, Doctor, what's the next factor supporting your conclusion that Mr. Burgos-Aviles is likely to adjust to a life term in TDCJ?
The last factor is special custody in TDCJ.
Now, we discussed this a little bit earlier, but why do you believe Mr. Burgos-Aviles may be in a special custody unit?
It is standard procedure in state prisons and federal prisons nationwide to place former law enforcement on specific units as opposed to just dropping them into the general population regardless of their prior employment status. And the reason for that is that law enforcement, former law enforcement, tends to be targeted by other inmates in prison. And the prison systems have a primary agenda of housing these inmates within prison so they don't leave, and maintaining low rates of violence on other inmates and on staff. And so it just makes sense that knowing the additional risk that these individuals are under, that you would then assign them to units where that risk is mitigated. So they're assigned to units where there are other law enforcement or where there are sex offenders, because sex offenders are also targeted in a general prison population. And so they may not be put in protective custody or in Texas what's called safekeeping, but that doesn't mean that they aren't assigned to units that will reduce the likelihood of violence occurring. Those units containing sex offenders and law enforcement officers, those units have lower rates of assault than you see in the general prison population. And that makes sense. A lot of prison violence is perpetrated by gang members, and that's not going to be present in this context. And also these individuals have incentives to want to remain in that kind of unit as opposed to being locked down in ADSEG, which would be the next step to protect them.
Doctor, it sounds like you're saying and have said, and we're about halfway through, that TDCJ does a good job generally in preventing prison violence. Would that be fair to say?
They are very effective. I wouldn't just say that it would be fair to say they do a good job. They are very effective, particularly when you think, again, of that mix of inmates who have come into their custody and how low the rate of serious violence is in Texas prisons. They are very effective at their job.
And Doctor, could you, you touched on it, but could you describe the inmates that are at a higher risk of victimization? What does TDCJ have as specially designated housing units for those who require it?
All right, so there is a specific unit on TDCJ that is called Safekeeping Unit. It's a relatively small unit. It has, well, as of a week ago, week and a half ago, there were 66 inmates on that protective custody, on that, well, it's protective safekeeping. They call it safekeeping now rather than protective custody. Now that's 66 out of 122,000. So this is a very particular unit that they might put somebody on who they thought was especially at risk, had particular vulnerabilities. Again, that doesn't mean that they aren't engaging in assignments and classifications to other units that may be grouped with particular offenders. This is just the protective safekeeping numbers. And to illustrate how low the rates of violence are on these specialized units, in this protective safekeeping unit in 2022, there were no serious staff assaults, and there were no serious inmate assaults, period.
So, Doctor, are there mechanisms that TDCJ uses to control disruptive or violent inmates?
There are. So prison systems always act dynamically. In other words, they're always learning from inmate behavior. They're studying they're observing the inmates that are in their charge, identifying who needs additional services or how to respond to misconduct. And so they're responding dynamically to the needs that inmates present for greater security or treatment. And so among the available measures to respond dynamically to inmates that are engaged in misconduct, there's treatment. If their misconduct is emerging out of psychological disorders, there's counseling and medication and education. There's the stick side of things, which is cell restrictions, loss of privileges like visitation, commissary, jobs, recreation. They can fine you, take your property, put you in administrative segregation, solitary confinement as a punishment. So they can apply that discipline. They can also extend privileges and incentives through those small inducements that are so powerful in prison. And then if an inmate demonstrates that he needs greater security and restriction, then they're going to ratchet up his classification. And that may ultimately include placing him in administrative segregation. Now, they can't simply lock him up and throw away the key. They have to have periodic reviews. But again, they will be responding dynamically based on their experience for how long this offender needs to remain in administrative segregation in order to secure institutional safety.
So, Dr. Cunningham, in light of all the data that you have analyzed in relation to Mr. Burgos-Aviles, what is your conclusion about his probability of committing criminal acts of violence that would constitute a continuing threat to society?
Well, it's my opinion that he is quite unlikely to commit serious violence in TDCJ, and further that he's less likely to commit serious violence in prison than other inmates in general and other capital offenders.
Now, you brought us a lot of data today. Has anyone used this data and scientific method in other matters?
They have.
Okay, and could you describe some of them?
Sure. So I think this was in 2004, 2005. I testified about these data, and particularly regarding the seriousness of the offense and prison misconduct and life without parole inmates, and whether they were a disproportionate risk of violence, as the Texas legislature was considering whether to change the death penalty statute in Texas. So,
give me a second, sir. There's an objection. Approach, please.
Dr. Cunningham, has the state ever asked you to testify about the issue of prison violence?
they have not. They have not asked me to present this data.
And I believe you were saying that the state, have you testified in the legislature about it?
Well, yes, sir. So in 2004, 2005, the Texas legislature was considering changing.
One second, sir.
Sorry.
Yes.
Objection, relevance,
It's,
and bolstering.
it's an expert. His qualifications are relevant to the jury's evaluation of his opinion.
Overruled, so.
So the state of Texas, so this legislature was considering whether to change the sentencing scheme that occurred in capital trials. Up to that time, the alternatives available to the jury were either a death sentence or a capital life term. That capital life sentence had evolved over time until ultimately it was 40 years to serve.
One second.
Sorry.
Again, Your Honor,
All right.
objection, relevance.
Not sure that I want the legislative historical perspective. I don't mind him saying, as he testified, that he testified in general on these issues to the committees, our legislature. I just don't think we need to go into the details of the legislative history and all the potential legislative bills, which we know that obviously there are thousands and thousands of bills that are filed every year and only a few actually get through.
So, Doctor, could you hear the judge's ruling?
I did.
Okay. So, but you have testified before the Texas State Legislature, is that correct?
That's correct, describing how inmates who were sentenced to life without parole were not more
Objection,
violent in prison
non-responsive.
than.
Go ahead.
And that legislation then passed the Texas legislature, changing the statute from 40 years to life without parole. The research that I've described, I testified about that. It was distributed in a fact sheet to the legislature, and it was ultimately signed into law. The sponsors of that bill credited this data on life without parole inmates and the relationship of sentence length and seriousness of sentence to prison behavior. They credited the presentation of that research to the change in Texas law.
Now, Doctor, you mentioned earlier, I believe, a couple of hours ago, that you'd written a textbook. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And
so
tell us about that textbook. Sorry.
Thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No.
So the textbook was part of a series of forensic psychology textbooks published by Oxford University Press. And there is a volume, there are like 18 volumes in this series, each one of them about a different area of forensic practice. Child custody, mental state at time of offense, competency to stand trial, personal injury, that kind of thing. And in each case, the leading experts in the country were asked to write the text on best practices for that type of evaluation. I was asked to write the textbook on best practices in capital sentencing evaluations. And that was then published by Oxford University Press. So that's the textbook that's on my CV.
And Doctor, has your research been cited in any Supreme Court of the United States cases?
It has. A paper that I co-authored was cited by the U.S. Supreme Court as authority in a case called Moore v. Texas that looked at criteria for finding persons to be intellectually disabled in capital sentencing, another area of interest of mine.
Okay. I'd pass the witness.
All right. Thank you. Approach, please. Obviously, Mr. Boggs was kidding about he's halfway through. And so it's 6 o'clock. We could go for another hour, easy or more. There's a lot of data. There's a lot of questions. So we're going to allow you to take a break. I don't think your brain is, where it was at 9 o'clock this morning because of the time of day and because of the type of information that you received. So let's take a break, and we will be back in the morning at the same time. Remember the instructions that I've given you from the very beginning. We're trying to get through. There are some delays, and I apologize for them. I'm trying to shorten them as much as possible, but sometimes the fairness of the system and justice calls that we do this, and you all are at the receiving end of that, unfortunately. But I appreciate your patience, your time, and your effort. So thank you, and have a good evening. No, tomorrow 8:45. We start at 8:45, please. Yes, not at 10.
Please rise to adjourn.
Thank you for reminding me of that.